Yo, what it do? It's your boy Big Val Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button, make sure you hit that share button. And most important, make sure you sub to the channel if you haven't already. We got started with this on Friday night, but I got interrupted, so I wasn't able to finish. But I'm coming back to you all tonight, State of the Culture. Oh man, we got some stuff to talk about. All the way from Milwaukee to Atlanta, Georgia, to PPP loan, to Shaquilla Robinson, to, man, we got so much stuff to talk about. Welcome, Kimberly. Ms. Lady T, what's up? So much stuff to talk about, so much stuff to cover today. Man, let's see. Hope everybody's having a great Sunday. I know it was unexpected. I haven't. It was an unexpected live, but with everything that's been going on, man, you really have to sit back and just really, put all your stuff together, put all your thoughts together. And prepare yourself before coming on here. So the first look at what we're talking about,
Shop days Sunday through Saturday.
First thing we're gonna talk about here is gonna be The first thing we're gonna talk about here, we got the black tourist found dead at home in Airbnb in New Mexico City. Three friends, they was on vacation, tourists, whatever. Rented an Airbnb in Mexico City. You would think if they rent an Airbnb, this house would be equipped with, alarms and carbon monoxide detectors, all nature. So you would think that uh, this house would be up to date with, all the different things and with all the technology that we have now. How, you would think, man, how could you not, like, what could they have done to die from carbon monoxide poison? You know what I'm saying? Is what they're alleging happened. But I'm gonna share the screen with y'all, let y'all see about this story. What's going on, Miss April?
Tonight, Mexican officials are about three Americans died in an Airbnb. One of them had just called her boyfriend to say she wasn't feeling well. CBS 8's Jenny Day is on the story for us tonight, keeping tabs on the investigation and talking with family members. Jenny, a tough time for them.
Yeah, good evening. Three families are now deeply grieving and navigating an agonizing investigation with officials abroad in Mexico City. Now, authorities right now are pointing to carbon monoxide poisoning. Official cause remains unknown. Autopsies have been performed. One woman who died had apparently called her boyfriend, saying that she was throwing up and that her legs felt numb. That call dropped, and he's never heard from her again. He contacted the Airbnb host, who then found all three Americans dead inside.
She wanted to do big things in life, and from afar, I followed her from afar, and I stood back and I was with my daughter. I saw the thing that she was doing, and she was on her way.
Hearing from his students, us just feel great. I'm so proud of him.
The victims have been identified as 28-year-old Jordan Marshall from Virginia Beach and 28-year-old Cortez Hall, who was a teacher in New Orleans. The trio had been traveling to experience the Mexican culture. Mexico only encourages landlords to install carbon monoxide detectors, but they are not mandatory. Reporting live in studio, Jenny Day, CBS 8.
Thanks, Jenny.
Man, tragic situation. Tragic situation. What's going on, Angela? What's going on, Stephanie? What's going on, Tina? Tragic situation, man. You go on vacation, to go, to go check out a different heritage, see what's going on a different way of life. And you get there all just to get there, and you inside an Airbnb, and you lose your life. I'm that's crazy. That's sad, man. That's sad. These three people, lost their lives to carbon monoxide. But as you hear, they say that Mexico is not a requirement for homes to have carbon monoxide detectors. Now that's kind of weird to me, because why is it not a requirement for homes to have carbon monoxide detectors? That's weird. You would think that's mandatory. It's a part of a safety hazard. So why would these houses, why would it not be required for these homes to have carbon monoxide detectors? That's a part of safety. Now everybody on the, you said everybody on the trip, on that trip. Which one you talking about, Angela? If you're talking about the story with, yeah, I believe I feel all of these people should be. I feel as though all of these people right here should, be all of them. All of them. I feel all of them need to be charged. I do feel as though all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals need to be charged. I do agree. I do agree that all 6 of these individuals need to be charged. Ain't no way. And for the friend to show up after they had them jumped on this young lady, and he talking about he turned on some slow music and touched her head, this, that, and the third. Like, dude, like, you don't even sound right. What type of shit? Make that shit make sense. You show up to meet your best friend, and you see a knot on her forehead, and you don't raise no question. You don't try to look into what's going on. You don't feel no type of way. You don't think it's no foul play. Like, at some point, like, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Kimberly say he was there when it happened. Well, according to her dad, the best friend claimed that he arrived late. According to the dad, the best friend claimed that he arrived late. She was there with the other people already, and then when he arrived, that she was laying in the bed under the cover, and when he looked at her, he just thought she wasn't feeling good. Apparently, but you don't see the physical damage. But I believe I believe he knew what was going on. I believe he played a part in it. I believe this was a collective effort. I believe it was a setup. I don't think it was a coincidence. I think it was set up to happen the way that it happened. Okay. So he playing land at the same time. Okay. Well, then he lying. And not only on top of lying, to go sit in this girl family house, to go sit in this girl family house and, talk to her mother, sister, siblings or whatnot, bring her stuff back, but leave her there. Now, you had to make sense of this. Now. So, if you my friend, Kimberly, Angela, Miss Lady T, Miss April, y'all my friends. Tina, y'all my friends. If we go somewhere together, we come back together. We all understand, as when you were raised in the older generations, you were taught, y'all leave together, y'all come back together. You better not leave this house with your brother and you show back up and your brother ain't with you. Or you better not leave here with your sister and come back and your sister ain't with you. If y'all leave together, we come back together. Ain't no, oh, well then, I don't know where my brother went. No, you better go find his ass, because if you go back in that house without your brother, you getting your ass towed up. And when your mama find your brother, y'all both getting your ass towed up. So you gonna be and got 2 whoopers, and your brother only gonna be and got 1. Or your sister only been and got 1. That was the rules, and that was the way of life back in the day. You don't do shit like this. Like, man, how do these people even sleep at night? And then for the guy to say, Quilla, fight back. This girl wasn't even trying to defend herself. She wasn't even trying to defend herself. She didn't even try to defend herself. And I said, me personally, I felt as though they asked her to get naked. They asked her to strip and get naked because, you know what I'm saying? Me just thinking the way that I think. And this is not fact. This is just me giving my opinion as far as what I think. You know what I'm saying? Once they asked her to strip into her clothes, strip naked or whatnot, situation may be, because that gave them the leverage. What's up, Faces? What's up, Tor? That gave them the understanding to know that this girl had nothing to defend herself with. She had nothing to defend herself with. Now, if somebody fully dressed and they got on clothes, you know, you don't know what they got on them. You don't know if they got a knife on them. You don't know if they got pepper spray on them. You don't know what they got. If they, you know what I'm saying, if they dress, you just can't look at a person, you know, walking down the street. You just can't look at a person walking down the street and just be like, you know, so you don't know. You know what I'm saying? You just can't do that. If a person just walking down the street full of dress, you just can't look and say, oh, they ain't got a gun. Oh, they ain't got a knife. Oh, they ain't got no pepper spray. You know what I'm saying? You just can't assume. But if you allow a person to strip naked to where they don't have, you see they physically don't have nothing to defend themselves with, then of course you're going to attack them the way that you attack them. You know what I'm saying? So I look at the situation like they purposely got this girl, you know, down to her basket and realized she didn't have nothing that she could defend herself with, and they went with their move. And then even if she did defend herself, the dude's talking about pull a fight back. If she would have started fighting back, what if she started to fight back and started to win? They was going to jump on her anyway. So she was in a lose-lose situation. No matter how she went, she was going to lose regardless. No matter what choice she made that day, she was going to lose regardless. Whether she didn't fight back or whether she fought back. Because if she would have fought back and started to get the best of the girl that she was fighting, they were going to jump her. It's just a sad situation. It's sad. They did not even stick around long enough to see where they took her body. The dad had to Google different funeral homes in the area. Exactly. Isaac, I heard the dad talking about it. This story breaks my heart. I hope they will be able to prove they plotted in the U.S. I believe they did, Miss April. I said this. I said they need to subpoena the phone records. They need to subpoena the phone records for at least a month to 2 months before the trip took place. Because I believe the conversation was going on well before this trip came into action. So once they get them I believe if they get them phone records and subpoena them text messages, even if they subpoena them phone records from the time they left on the plane together to the time that they arrived, you know what I'm saying? If they, you know, these people ain't smart. They ain't smart. I don't believe that they had the ability to cross every T and dot every I. So I'm quite sure they dropped the ball somewhere at some point in time. Okay? I just want to say, rest in peace to this young lady, man. It's a sad situation what happened. Sorry that it happened the way that it happened. Sorry that there's so many selfish people in this world. And then for them to be out here, you know, for people to be out here putting in the media, oh, she set somebody up. Man, come on, if this girl would have set somebody up, this girl was an entrepreneur. You know, she was out. She wasn't hiding from nobody. She was an entrepreneur, business owner, all type of shit in North Carolina. So if she set somebody up to be killed, and then you got to ask yourself, if she accomplished somebody to be killed, don't you think she would be in prison too if the people know that? If she was a part of setting up someone to be killed, this lady would be in prison. This lady would be in prison. And happy belated birthday to you too, Miss April. This lady would be in prison. That girl would have been in prison. She would have never even got a chance to take a trip to Mexico with them if she was a part of setting someone up to be killed, because that's the rumor that they're trying to use to justify this girl fighting on Shanquilla, is that Shanquilla set up her cousin and got her cousin killed. But if that was the case, Shanquilla would have been locked up for being part of a fucking setup. But, you know, people try to justify shit. You know, they try their best to justify shit, but you can't justify this shit happening. This woman bought y'all plane tickets. Y'all didn't even have money to get there. That's the second sad part about it. Y'all didn't even have money to get there. She purchased y'all tickets to get there. But she doing all this shit off the strength of her friend. She doing all this off the strength of her friend. You know what I'm saying? This is sad. This is a tragedy. You know what I'm saying? They took her shit, ramshacked her shit, used her money to get back to the United States. Make that make sense. What up, J-Rock? They used her money to get back to the States. I just came from Las Vegas. We all stayed together, separate rooms, but we moved as one unit. Exactly. Exactly. What up, J-Rock? Faces and Beyond. So I say, they said they stole $10,000 from her as well. I heard that too. I heard they used her credit card to purchase them plane tickets to get back and everything. So this, I feel like this probably could have been a robbery gone wrong. This could have possibly been a robbery gone bad. They took her luggage home, but not her purse nor her money. Exactly. This could have been a robbery gone bad. Hold on, dirty motherfuckers trying to say she was a man. Man, that's crazy. Man, they put so many rumors out. Man, but like we're gonna say, man, we're gonna say rest in peace to Shanquilla and you know, and pray that rest in peace to Shanquilla, and we're gonna pray for her. Pray that, you know, her family get justice, and her family, you know, they've been raising money and different things. Just let's just pray that her family do right by her and get the justice that this young lady deserved, because no one deserved to go out the way that this young lady went out. This is just sad all the way down, all the way around the board. This is sad, but that's why I say it's state of the culture, because we are the culture. So moving right along, again, man, rest in peace to this young lady, Shanquilla. Most definitely, man. It's just a sad situation, man. Sad, tragic situation. We're moving on to Milwaukee, man. Let's move on up to Milwaukee, man. Let's see what's going on in Milwaukee, around in the town in Milwaukee. Let's see what's going on down in Milwaukee. Let's check out what's going on in Milwaukee.
Hands touch my testicles. They like eased down and they put their hands right between my butt. Just pulled my drawers down and dug in my rectum.
The alleged victims keep coming forward. 8 Milwaukee police officers are under internal investigation, accused of performing illegal strip searches, including cavity searches on the streets. Were they wearing any gloves?
No, I didn't see not one. There was no gloves.
Kevin Freeman Jr. claims back in December he and some friends were violated during a traffic stop.
When they searched me, they like eased down and they put their hands right between my butt. And I try to reach back and when I try to reach back and try to stop them, they just got to slamming me. Pull down my pants, touch my testicles. They like eased down and they put their hands right between my butt. Just pulled my drawers down and dug in my rectum.
The alleged victims keep coming forward. 8 Milwaukee police officers are under internal investigation, accused of performing illegal strip searches, including cavity searches on the streets. Were they wearing any gloves?
No, I didn't see not one. There was no gloves.
Kevin Freeman Jr. claims back in December he and some friends were violated during a traffic stop.
When they searched me, they like eased down and they put their hands right between my butt. And I try to reach back and when I try to reach back and try to stop them, they just got to slamming me. Pull down my pants, touch my testicles.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. You see how they are violating. Listen to how they are violating our men. Listen to how these young men talking about being violated. This is in Milwaukee. These people are being stopped and strip searched, cavity searched, doing a routine traffic stop, sticking their fingers and hands up in these people anal rectum. I'm wondering, is this going on with everybody that they pulling over, or or is they only doing this to, people of color? This is crazy. What the hell? Like, I mean, what is going through your mind as a police officer when you pull someone over? You pull someone over and you sticking your hand in their rectum. I don't know. Did y'all hear? I'm gonna let y'all hear this shit again. Cause I know I ain't tripping.
Hands touch my testicles. They like ease down and they put their hands right between my butt. Just pulled my drawers down and dug in my rectum.
The alleged victims keep coming forward. 8 Milwaukee police officers are under internal investigation, accused of performing illegal strip searches, including cavity searches on the streets. Were they wearing any gloves?
No, I didn't see not one. There was no gloves.
Kevin Freeman Jr. claims back in December he and some friends were violated during a traffic stop.
When they searched me, they like ease down and they put their hands right between my butt. And I try to reach back and when I try to reach back and try to stop them, they just got to slam me. Pull down my pants, touch my testicles. They like ease down and they put their hands right between my butt. Just pulled my drawers down and dug in my rectum.
The alleged victims keep coming forward. 8 Milwaukee police officers are under internal investigation, accused of performing illegal strip searches, including cavity searches on the streets. Were they wearing any gloves?
No, I didn't see not one. There was no gloves.
Kevin Freeman Jr. claims back in December he and some friends were violated during a traffic stop.
When they searched me, they like ease down and they put their hands right between my butt. And I try to reach back and when I try to reach back and try to stop them, they just got to slam me. Pull down my pants, touch my testicles.
Y'all see, y'all look at what it say. Over 74 on that. Do you see the caption at the top? Milwaukee police are being accused of molesting over 74 different men, black men. They have done this to over 74 different black men, where they pulled them over on a routine traffic stop and gave these people cavity searches right on side the road. Where is the respect? Where is the respect at? No respect. $74 different cases against these people of the same crime. But they want to call people like Robert Kelly and other people like they want to say that Robert Kelly is the problem. Oh, because they doing stuff and getting away. Who really out here committing crimes and getting away with it? Let's keep it real. State of the culture. This is the state of the culture. Let's keep it real. Who really out here committing crimes and getting away with it? That's the real question. That shit's sad. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, how do you, like, as a human being, you know what I'm saying? You're in a position of authority, and the only thing that you can think about doing with your authority, instead of going out here trying to change the world, make these neighborhoods a safer place, make these communities safer, you're out here fucking pulling over young men and sticking your fucking finger in their rectums. Make that make sense. Yeah, they just did this to black men. 74 different black men. Big Val, you should look for the video on YouTube about the senator in Washington that has been convicted of rape and still in office and being reelected. What the hell? Boy, they got some weird shit going on around here. I'm not sure if y'all remember a while back, I talked to you all about Vincent Simmons. I gave you all the Vincent Simmons story. And Vincent Simmons, was the man who served 44 years in prison. He served 44 years in Angola prison and was wrongfully convicted. He was released from prison a while back. He was released from prison a while back this year, but he finally he just done an interview for the first time after being found innocent. So I'm gonna let y'all check this out with Vincent Simmons, and I want to know what y'all think about this. Vincent Simmons, this guy was falsely arrested, and I'm gonna let him tell y'all what he went through. Now, we seen what these people put R. Kelly through. We seen what they did to R. Kelly. We seen how they used all these different people with all the acts of all these other people. But man, when you listen at this dude's story, Vincent Simmons, this guy did 44 years in Angola penitentiary. And to hear this man talk about trying to adapt and adjust to what's going on now in the world, man, to hear him say that he's finding it hard to even cope with the way that the world is moving in 2022 is so sad, bro. I thought prison was supposed to be for rehabilitation. But you got these people that's sitting in prison doing all this time, 44 years in prison. This man getting out in 2022, this shit like a foreign country. But I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to share it with y'all.
This 40 he is now a free man. I am looking forward to talking to him. It's a powerful story. He was just released in February of 2022, 3 days before his 70th birthday. Mr. Vincent Simmons, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Physically, I'm doing good. Mentally, you know, it's complicated, you know. After being illegally in prison for 44 years, you know, it's hard to cope with the outside now, you know, because it's like a baby, you know, beginning to relearn everything, you know.
I can imagine. Listen, I always start here, Mr. Simmons. Tell me the young man that you were when you're arrested May of 1977. You're 24 years old. Just tell me the young man that you were before this arrest even happened.
Well, the young man that I was, you know, I was wild. I did some things that I'm not pleased about, but that's what all young people do. But I had a job. I was trying to help my mother, you know, because I come from a big family of 13, you know, so basically, you know, the things that I did was minor, you know, and the laws didn't like me because everything that happened, they thought it was Vincent Simmons. So that's when I was kidnapped on May 23rd, 1977 after leaving from my sister home.
Now, you hear this man, you hear how he's been locked up 44 years. This man is 70 years old, but you see how his memory is still intact when he go back to that traumatic day that he was picked up and arrested. But you got people out here that ain't nobody's older than this man who can't remember shit. We got to make this shit make sense, but I'm going to keep going.
You know, to go to work, and these two plainclothes police officers, Robert LeBoard and another officer, I can't remember the name right now, they kidnapped me and brought me to a police station and put me in handcuffs. You know, they put me in handcuffs during the time of the arrest, but I was taken into a room, put in handcuffs, and from that, you know, I was told that I was identified for raping these two white girls. So they took me in another room and attempt to force me to confess or sign a confession saying that I had committed a crime. And I said, no, I didn't rape anybody. You know, so when I refused, they hit me and knocked me to the floor with handcuffs on in front of me. So I got up and I tried to fight him and tried to grab him, and he shot me. Boom. And when he shot me, I hit the floor and I died. I went through this dark tunnel.
Weapon? He shot you with a gun?
Yeah, he shot me with a gun, and I died at that time. I went through this tunnel.
Man, do y'all hear this man? They shot this man. While they were supposed to be interrogating this brother and shot him. This man was in the interrogation room and was shot. This man was in the interrogation room and was shot. And then they tried to say that he tried to shoot the police, ended up shooting himself, but they never charged him with that. They never charged him with none of that. This shit is sad, bro.
And when he shot me, I hit the floor and I died. I went through this dark tunnel.
Weapon? He shot you with a gun?
Yeah, he shot me with a gun, and I died at that time. I went through this tunnel and went to this light, and this light pulled me into it. And, you know, it was a lot of people welcoming me. That's how I knew I was dead. I was somewhere else. When I woke up, I was laying in the hospital. My mama was sitting next to her, and I had a Catholic priest there. And then they took me from there. They found out I was conscious. They took me just as I was with the tools and everything in my body and transported me to the jail. You know, and the only thing I remember is that they were taking me to trial. Boom. You know, and I didn't understand really nothing because I was in pain. When I went to trial, I had all the tools and the bullet in my body.
Where were you shot, Mr. Simmons? Where were you shot?
I was shot 3 inches over my heart.
Wow. So I just want to give people some context. If you're listening to Winston Simmons for the first time, I want to give people a context of what happens. So on May 9th, 1977, these two girls, they were 14 years old, they're twins. They're in a car with their cousin. They go to a gas station, they allege they go to a gas station and they say they pick up some random black man that wants to go to a party. Now, for me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, whatever. They pick up some random black man that wants to go to a party and they drive the random black man to a party. They claim the random black man has a gun, makes them pull over and locks up the cousin, the older cousin, who's a guy, in the trunk, and then rapes the two 14-year-old twins. All right. So they eventually go to this happens in Louisiana. They go to the police and they say what happened. And there's some odd things that happen there. They say they don't know the person's name. And they also said that all black people, quote, looked alike to her. So they thought that all black folks looked alike. One of the twins said that she was a virgin and that she had bled after the attack. There's no physical evidence reportedly that this attack ever took place. A relative would.
Now, I want y'all to listen at what the state of Louisiana did when this man sat in prison for 44 years and he had the proof to free himself for over 20 some years.
Later say they made it up, saying a black man assaulted them. They described the person who committed the assault as a husky man with maroon pants and a black hat that asked for a ride to the party. Again, they said black folks looked alike. They reportedly used the N-word. Make a long story short, you're walking down the street, police arrest you. Nowhere near the location. You've never met these twins. You don't know who they are. You've never heard of this. You don't know anything about it. Then there's this photo lineup, and in the photo lineup, you're the only person who has handcuffs on, and the twins and the cousin point you out as saying that's the person who committed this crime, and you are charged with you go to trial, a predominantly white jury, and so on. And this is
And also, listen, he had a jury of 12, 11 of them was white, and only one of the people on the jury was black. And listen, y'all gonna hear what this one black juror said, and it's so sad. What this lady said, you know, she was a part of this man being locked up too. But you gonna hear what the state of Louisiana did to this lady. Why they pressure her into saying something. It's gonna make you. For me, I think back to this R. Kelly trial and think about some of the things that took place in this trial, and I hear some of the same actions taken as far as the government, for the prosecutor, all of that, man. It's so crazy, man, to hear some of the shit that took place in this guy's case with him versus what we've been dealing with and knowing about, you know, with R. Kelly over the last three to 4 years.
Basically how all this happens, and there is no evidence is given to your legal team. Evidence is suppressed. You would go on later to find evidence on your own. Again, there's no physical evidence of this crime, and you say you've never met these people. I don't want to say their names, but so on. So I just want to give people some context. So when you're at the trial, Mr. Simmons, what are you thinking as this trial is going on and you're hearing, and this is 1977, I believe there was 11 white people on the jury, 1 black woman, and the only evidence, it's these 3 people. And a little bit more context, reportedly, not to be graphic here, the cousin and one of the 14-year-old girls, they had sexual relations years before.
Now the cousin was sleeping with each other. They was having sex with each other. They admitted to it, but they never brought it up in court.
A little bit of context there. So what are you thinking, Mr. Simmons, as you're in this trial and they are saying that you're guilty? What's going through your mind, your soul as a 24, 25-year-old man?
Well, the only thing I was doing at the time is calling Yahweh. Yahweh is the proper name for God. I was calling on him for his protection. Way back then, I was calling on him for his protection, and he was there for me, and he carried me when I couldn't carry myself. He carried me through all this, the pain, the suffering, the unimaginable people throwing human shit on you, burning you, all this that I had to go through in the prison for 44 years, asking the court repeatedly to hear the case, and they wouldn't hear the case. Other people was asking for the same thing. Hear my case. They have all kind of hidden evidence, all kind of conflict, all kind of conspiracy going on. Hear my case, hear my voice. In the court system, it was a racist thing. They knew those girls was lying. They knew they were lying. That's why they didn't want to hear the case. Then the case became public, where people went to looking at it and saying, hold up. You mean to tell me all?
Now you see the correlation? They had it at the beginning of his trial, they had it private. They had his case private. Nobody knew any of this shit that was going on with this man's case, and they held it and they had it private for a reason until after they convicted him. You see this shit? How it correlates with what we saw with Robert Kelly, man? This shit's crazy, bro. What up, Dave?
Blacks look alike, and this a man in jail? What kind of identification is that? And then the man was shot and attempted murder on his life, and he survived, and they still punish him with 100 years on the basis of what? Racism, because you didn't have no evidence. The girls was smoking drugs. They was having sex with another guy, but they didn't want to bring that out to the jury. Why? Because it would expose the truth that they were lying. They know Keaton Board was raping those girls and his daughter. They knew, because Keaton Board, the police that shot me, he's a LaBoard. You know, so he was covering up for his family, knowing that they had this rapist in the family. You know, somebody raping his own daughter, his own cousin, and somebody else doing the time for it.
Do you all hear that? Do you hear that shit? I know it's Sunday, but do you all hear this shit? Want somebody else to do the time for crimes that other people committed. Kels wasn't committing crimes with these females, but they were afraid to go after their own abuser, and they put all this shit on R. Kelly. Shit's crazy, man. And this right here goes to show you that they have been using this cycle forever.
This in the family. You know, somebody raping his own daughter, his own cousins, and somebody else doing the time for it. An innocent man in prison.
The person that you mentioned, Mr. LaBour, could be saying his name wrong. He is the cousin, the older cousin that I mentioned in the story, and he is on audio with CBS News calling you the N-word. He's audio calling you the N-word. Your original sentence is 50 years on each count, a total sentence of 100 years at hard labor. And you were in Angola, correct? In Louisiana, one of the worst countries?
Yes.
44 years. 44 years. How are you getting by the day-to-day, surviving 44 years?
Well, I had to do what I had to do to protect myself, because that's one of the bloodiest prisons in the world, Angola. You know, and I had to do everything that I did it to protect myself and to try to not kill another man while I was there. That's what I had to do. And I went through all kind of torture, you know, shit throwing. You get throwing shit in your face. You know, you get acid thrown in your face. You know, you get jilled up, you get in fights, you know, and the free folks, they know you're innocent, but they still treat you like you ain't nothing. Not just me, they got other people in there that they don't even care about. You ought to go and take a look into the Angola prison. The family members, the law enforcement ought to come to Angola and go through Camp D, the place where we live, where you ain't got nothing, no windows, you ain't got no curtains. The shit is all leaking. Everything broke. The system is broke.
How was your family affected by this? How was your mother impacted?
Man, my mother died trying to help me. Sister died trying to help me. Brothers died trying to help me. Almost, man, I have about 7 sisters left, but all of my brothers, my mama, my dad, everybody died. And they wouldn't allow me to come 30 miles to visit my people, to say goodbye. They wouldn't do that. Those people was cold-blooded, man. It's still all.
I do want to add that in February, like I said, you were released, and the judge said that you were owed a new trial. The judge ruled that you had an unfair trial back in the 1970s, obviously. But sadly, and this is, you had an amazing legal team that worked with you, but you had been working on this as your 17th time before the court. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
So you had been working on this case by yourself for decades and decades, lawyers coming in and out.
Yes.
But you aren't exactly exonerated. Therefore, you can get compensation for Louisiana locking you up for nearly 45 years. So what are your next steps, Mr. Simmons? Are you going to get the official exoneration, or do you just want to leave it alone and move on?
Yeah, well, my attorney is seeking exoneration through a lawsuit, so I'm not going to speak on what it is that they filed, but they are seeking compensation, and on the exoneration, the judge ruled that I was denied a fair trial.
I want to add the one black person on the jury. She said in an affidavit that she felt, quote, very intimidated and helpless. So I voted guilty, unquote, because she felt pressured as a black.
Nah, that is the saddest thing ever, man. That is the saddest thing ever, man. The only one black lady on the jury, she voted guilty because not because this man was guilty. It's because she felt intimidated. Not because he was guilty. She voted guilty because she felt intimidated. So is it true that these jurors can't really do their job depending on the situation? How can you have a fair trial when you're supposed to have a jury that's supposed to be fair and unbiased, but they make decisions based on out of fear? If you scared and your life ain't even on the line, you may need to get off. But for you to convict this man and convict this man as guilty based on the fact that you were scared, I can't even feel sorry for you, because you had an opportunity to do the right thing.
An affidavit that she felt, quote, very intimidated and helpless. So I voted guilty, unquote, because she felt pressured as a black woman in the 1970s, and she's the only black person on this jury to say guilty when, according to her, she was helpless. I do have to ask you, these two girls who are now women, they've been all over the news saying that you're guilty still. How does that make you feel?
I don't feel anything because I know the truth. I know the truth. and the people know the truth. So I don't feel anything for, they've been lying for 44 years. And you going against medical and everything. You're going against nature. You're going against nature. You said that I raped you, that you bled. That's what you told the jury. You swore to that under oath. And the district attorney record that show. They all been lying, but I forgive them. You know why? Because they were used. And those are the people that should be suffered, that should be punished. The one that uses innocent people, punish innocent people, and use other people to get convictions. That's not what justice is.
Now, Vincent say those girls were used. They used those girls to lock him up. Just like we say in this whole R. Kelly trial. They used these girls to convict R. Kelly. It ain't about these goddamn girls. It ain't about whether he did something to these girls or not. But they needed these girls in order to lock him away. It's crazy, man. All this shit it's crazy how you can go back in time from then until now and we looking at the same shit all over again.
Well, I want to say that there is a GoFundMe page for you. We're going to post the GoFundMe. I'll post the GoFundMe page if folks would like to donate. Of course, this is expensive, and so on. There's also an Amazon wish list as well. We'll post that as well. Trying to fight this legal system costs money. So I know it's tough times out there, but if you can, feel free to donate to Vincent Simmons' GoFundMe page. Mr. Simmons, I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your story. It's so important.
Yeah, so that's Vincent Simmons, man. The guy y'all just saw on the stream was Vincent Simmons, man. So sad, bro. I want to know what y'all think about that. No evidence. The man had medical records proving that these girls were virgins. What up, sir? The man had medical records proving that these girls were virgins. Had never been touched. Also under confession, the cousin admitted to have been sleeping with one of the girls, with one of the sisters. But they still locked this man away. 44 years. It's 44 years you can't get back. 44 years is 44 years you can't get back. Why is it that they feel as though we should just accept it? And then the only black lady on the jury, when you're supposed to have a jury of your peers, but you got 11 white people up here and one black lady. In Louisiana, that brother didn't stand a chance. He didn't stand a chance. And she say she voted him guilty because of pressure. So what do that remind you of? Y'all don't think that these people voted R. Kelly guilty because of pressure? Is it possible they could have just voted R. Kelly guilty because of the pressure? What up, Dave? They use R. Kelly as a distraction to keep your eye away from all the real offenders. The Catholic Church and them Catholic priests, them what they call the Boy Scouts of America, all these other different organizations going around here, man. It's so much stuff going on. It's crazy, man. but they want to make our people the catalyst for these. They want to make our people the catalyst for these type of crimes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that our people are perfect, but man, some shit you just gotta make it make sense, man. You gotta make it make sense. Got Sir Miguel in here. What's Sam? Hold on. Got Levi in here, man. You know, I want to know. I want to know what y'all think about the Vincent Simmons situation, man. What are y'all thoughts on that Vincent Simmons situation? Shit's crazy, man. Man, they shot the man to try to force a confession out of him. They shot him during interrogation to try to force a confession out of him. He wouldn't confess. They shot him. The man say they took him to court with tubes in his chest and everything. He didn't even know what the hell was going on. He got found guilty. You know, then he had medical records proving that these girls, one of them was still a virgin, and the other twin sister went on record and told the people that she had been sleeping with her cousin. But all that information was kept away from the jury. What's up, Sir Miguel?
What's up, my brother? How you doing this morning?
Man, I'm doing good this morning, man. Had a late start to stay on the culture, but I had to get it out the way, man.
For sure. I just want to tap in for a minute before I get my day started, man. You know, it's mighty funny. I don't think people really pay attention to when it comes to juries. Have you ever thought the fact that when people go on jury duty that you really don't know the law? You're basing everything off what the prosecution is really telling you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're making a judgment on somebody based on snippets of information that you get when you really don't know. So everything is a judgment call. And this is why I tell people all the time, and I'm very adamant about this. You need to get you a Black's Law dictionary so you can understand the language that is being used. And the reason why I say that, because if you ever get in trouble, then you can understand what your lawyer is explaining to you about certain words that they're using to either try to get an indictment or a conviction or whatever the case may be. This helps you understand how the process goes. But when you go in with a blind eye and somebody just telling you, you're trying to understand the information because you don't understand the language, then that's where you get caught up at. And that's why a lot of cats end up taking plea deals, because they don't understand a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, I don't care whether you're trying to refine your body, whether you're trying to retool your brain, understand psychology, understand medicine, understand herbs, whatever it is, just get into the habit of reading information. So if whether it's a family member or a friend or whoever, at least you'll have some knowledge base of what's going on versus going in with the blind eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different than cats that commit crime. They don't understand what they're doing, but they know damn well as soon as they get caught, they're gonna be in a catch-22. So that's why a lot of times when brothers go to prison and they get into the law library, then they start understanding stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's why they get in situations where they can get their verdicts, convictions overturned or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
Education just don't start in the classroom.
No.
You can start it just from outside the classroom. That's why I always was grateful to my sixth grade teacher who always told us, don't just take the information from me, take the same information and advance on it outside of the classroom. And I think that's where a lot of times we get this thing saying, well, you have to get an education through college. No, you can get an education on both sides of the fence. But keep in mind, the system wasn't designed for you to understand it because of the language that's being played. So if you don't understand the language and you do get in trouble or a family member get in trouble, you're going to be a sitting duck anyway, because you're just going to basically go off of what you hear. And that's why I always question jury duty. How can you have 12 people sit on a bench for whether it's 6 weeks, 8 months, or whatever the case, however long the trial is? They not going to understand this shit because they don't go through this shit every day.
At all. Not going to ask the right question.
You know what I'm saying?
If you look at it, even with the R. Kelly trial, They say they ask jurors are asking questions, but what the fuck questions were they asking?
Right.
Because there was so much inconsistency and so much doubt in the testimonies. So what was y'all asking? What was y'all trying to see?
Exactly.
First question I'm asking, if I'm a jury, is what the evidence is.
Well, the second question I'll be asking is, how can somebody verify a tape based on information that was given and it wasn't no scientific, breakdown of whether it was tampered with or whatever the case, forensic breakdown, whether it was tampered with or any of that nature.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? And not only that, why can't I question the accuser?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Based on the inconsistent statements, or why there's no perjury in there somewhere.
Right.
Because
bad thing. You mean tell me all these people took the stand and got immunity? So that means they didn't want to testify.
And at the end of the day, you don't need immunity to tell the truth if you're really telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I'm gonna tell my truth without immunity, irregardless. So therefore, you're basically saying I need immunity because I know I did some fucked up shit, but I don't want to get in trouble, so I'll go ahead and say whatever.
Right. That's crazy. But you take 44, man. When I heard this brother say, my mama died trying to help me, my brother died trying to help me, my sister died trying to help me. 44 years, bro, just to find out that you innocent. Man, I watched this dude parole board meetings. This man had this information for over 20-something years on the medical records from those girls going to the doctor and proving that they hadn't been raped. And these people sat there on the parole board, even a black man on the parole board. Oh, he's lying. He did it. The man had the proof, the medical record. How you get this? What they asked him, how you get this? As if he wasn't supposed to have it. Shit sad, man.
But that just goes to show you how fucked up the system is, and to hide information, especially if you know the cat is innocent, but they'll still do underhanded shit, and the man got to go through all this whole process to prove that he was innocent the whole fucking time when they really knew in the first place.
Facts, man. Everybody in prison, bro. Anybody that's in prison got a chance of getting out, bro, because they always fuck something up, man. It's some step that's always overshadowed, so they always do something wrong. Even if a person commit a crime on a video, it's still a possibility that person can get out.
Exactly.
I mean, all they gotta do is fuck up the chain of command of the tape.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Perfect example. In the R. Kelly situation, you got the so-called tape or CD from the prosecution office. Now, how is it that the original tape didn't have no audio, but all of a sudden this one did? So explain to me why the fucking chain of the command wasn't questioned. So that sounds like some dirty, underhanded shit. And I'm gonna say this to her credit, Angie and even Brother Levi, when they be talking about the law and stuff like that, if you listen to some of the stuff that they say, it makes so much sense, because when you look at the law, man, you have to question everything. If you don't question shit, then how can you validate something at the end of the day or test it? You know what I'm saying? The validity of it. Because at the end of the day, if it had no audio from the beginning, and y'all been sitting on this since 2002, and then it's 2020 going into 2021, 2022, and all of a sudden some audio on the shit, that shit make sense to me.
Exactly.
And who you got it? You got it from Avenatti, which he got it from Chuck Freeman.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Anyway.
My whole point is this: if Avenatti did get it from the brother that was on the stand, then there's some funky shit going on with that at the end of the day, because you held on to something that's supposed to have been child pornography, which I don't think it was. Because if that was the case, your ass needs to be in jail anyway for holding on to it for that long. If it was child pornography.
That's right.
Now, call me crazy if you want to, but see, none of this shit don't pass the smell test. None of it. And I don't care what nobody say. At the end of the day, as the brother R. Kelly walked humbly and allowing his attorneys to do their thing, it tells you who the man that he is. He walk in silence, he move in silence, but he at the same time he's speaking at the same time, and nobody's really listening. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
I agree with you 1,000%, brother. How you brothers doing?
Good, brother Levi. J-Rod.
Yep.
What's up, J-Rod?
What's good, Levi? What's up, Sir Miguel?
Hey man, I'm blessed, brother, to be alive and to be above ground.
Man.
Yes, sir. And I'm always elated to join brothers who have a high degree of intelligence in conversation. I love it. But just as the brother Miguel just said, I'm going to illustrate something that he just said. You know, whenever you are dealing with anything concerning the law, it is a game of inches, just like football. Now, when you're facing a serious amount of time, that game becomes a Super Bowl for your life. That is the Super Bowl of your life, which means it is still a game of inches, but you need the kind of coach who is going to say, hey, we need a replay. We need to bring the measuring stick out. In other words, you don't just, you know, did he make the first down or not? You don't just say, well, okay, we'll give it to him. No, we need a replay. We need to bring that measuring stick out. Where did the ball fall? Where did his knee land? Now, I'm going to put something on your minds that I've been thinking about over the last couple of days. When you look at the New York case, without the testimony of Azriel Clary, there is no New York case. Without Azriel Clary and her accusations, as well as testimony, there is no New York case. If you really dissect all three cases, both the two federal and one state, all three cases are very weak cases. I knew that going in. I assured my cousin of that from day one, that these are very weak cases. However, let me give you an example. One thing that baffles me to this day, and I'll never understand it. I was speaking with Larry the Grown Man the other day, and I said to him, I'll never understand various aspects of what took place concerning this. Now, you have a young lady who was accusing R. Kelly of having sex with her prior to her turning the age of 18, 17 years old. Let's go back to the hotel, the first encounter. It was on record. It was recorded. It was confirmed that either hotel security or members of the police department showed up to the room under the suspicion that R. Kelly was in a hotel room with a minor. Now, that was the purpose of the call.
Correct.
If someone calls, all of us have been in hotel rooms. I don't smoke weed. But with the exception of my daughter's mother, most of the females that I've dealt with or dated in the past, they smoke weed. So there are times where they'll go on a balcony to smoke, they'll go on a ride to smoke. But let's just say there's a call, someone smoking weed in this room. Well, if the hotel police or security or the police department is called, the first thing they're going to do is smell, do we smell marijuana? Let me say this real quick. I was in my girl and I, we were in a hotel at the casino, and their alarms are so sensitive. She was ironing my shirt before we left, and it set the alarm off. They came up in there, y'all, like it was the damn Bin Laden. I mean, the police, hotel security. She was ironing, and it set the alarm off. And the reason why they do that is because we leave like a $500 deposit. It's a money grab, but they were like, I looked out the thing, and I said, y'all come on in. And it was the iron, which I told her, I said, you see what I'm saying? Because had she been smoking weed, they would have kicked us out and they would have got the bread. However, to make a long story short, they come up there to find out if R. Kelly's in a room with the minor. Now, one thing we know for sure, identification was shown.
Yes.
We know that. Now, whether you're hotel security or the police, policemen, security guards, bouncers, there are maybe 4 or 5 professions where they are trained to look at ID. I don't give a damn if the person turns 18 the next day. They don't make mistakes with identification. I humbly suggest that the young lady was given fake ID. I believe that. I believe it was a setup. I believe she had fake identification. Now, my question to each and every one of you gentlemen on this panel, when I explain, and we all agree that it is a game of inches, can you please tell Levi so Levi can sleep better at night? Why wasn't those police officers called to fucking testify, bro? Please explain that to me.
I've been saying the same thing.
Damn good question.
If you go back, I don't know. I've been here for a minute. Y'all remember I had the ex-police officer that I worked with in my job, and I did a live that he was on my live, and I
remember that.
I asked him the same question you just said, and he said, those officers should have been subpoenaed. He said, because as a police officer, you have something called a police Bible, and that's every call that you're called out to. You have to document that, and they file those, they keep those on record. So when those officers was called and they showed up, and this girl showed the ID, and she showed that she was 18 years old, they took note of all of that. Because if she was under the age of 18, if you listen to what the Florida, the white guy, I don't know if he's the sheriff or whatever down there, the white guy, when they asked him about R. Kelly, he said, well, if R. Kelly is down here and he's committed a crime, we're gonna charge him, But if there's no crime being committed, we can't charge him. So when those officers went out to that hotel, she showed proof of ID that she was 18 years old and not under the age of 18, because she could have been 17 and 363 days, and 2 more days to go till she 18, he would have been locked up.
That's right. And it completely changes the dynamic. If you and I, and we own a bar or a liquor store, and a minor comes up in there and purchases alcohol, if you can show, well, that minor had fake identification, you don't lose your liquor license. By law, you can't. How the hell I'm gonna lose my liquor license when the minor came in here with fake identification? So that is the crucial area in the New York case. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. It tells me that Robert had absolute inadequate legal representation. I'm not going to get off into the terrorist. I'm not going to get off into the things that I know took place. I'm not going to get off into the things that I have explained to him in stark detail to him. But I tell you this, it's going to come out. There were those, Brother J-Rock, Brother Miguel, Brother Vive, who had a vested interest in Robert remaining in prison. There were those, I want you to listen to me, who were pretending to be his friend, and I'm not naming no names, pretending to be his advocates, pretending to love him, pretending to want him to see him free, but they were working behind the scenes to make sure that he did not have adequate legal representation. And I'm not speaking from a third party. I'm speaking on what I know to be absolutely factual. My cousin said to me, he said, you know, and it was a wake-up call when he said this to me. I was out of town working on my work for him. And I'm sitting there thinking about him, and he calls me. And I said, wow. So I walk outside, light a cigar, and I have a drink, and I'm speaking to him. And he said something to me for the first time I realized. He said, you know, man, he said, how you explain stuff to me, I didn't know that you were this well-versed in the law. I always knew that you had knowledge of law, religion, but I didn't know that you were this well-versed. And he said to me, he said, but this is not, I want you to know that this is not my jungle. You good in this jungle, but this is not my jungle. My jungle is the studio. When it comes to the boards, when it comes to the instruments, when it comes to writing songs, when it comes to arranging songs, that is my jungle. I'm out of my element. And when I hung that phone up, I cried because I'm talking to a man who cannot read and write literally, but he can envision what we read and write. He envisions it and draws it on a canvas perfectly. But he, not having any knowledge of the law, not having any book knowledge, he told me, I'm blind in here. I can't see. I can't hear. And I said to him, well, I'm your eyes. I'm your feet. I'm your hands. I'm your ears. But that's a hell of a predicament to be in when you don't know nothing. See, the average nigga, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know this if you're from the hood. Let me tell you something. The average street dude has some grasp of the law. You know, if you out here selling weed or whatever, you feel me, Brother Miguel? You got some grasp of the damn law now. I heard Cameron say when he was moving weed from New York to Ohio, Cameron said, one thing I knew is how much I could take per trip, because I knew that if it went over that, then it's federal. He said, so you feel me? That's a street nigga. He's like, I know, you know, but Robert is totally removed from that. And I'll say it again. I'm going to be quiet and listen to you guys because I want your opinion on this. When you look at certain aspects of this, how the police officers were not subpoenaed and called to court, did you see the ID? Brother Vi just said it. Every time they have an encounter with the public, they have their little notepads where they have to document it. We need that notepad. What did you see? Now, if you remember, my cousin says to her, when they knocking on the door, he said, hold on. Robert said, hold on. Are you sure? She testified to that. Are you sure you're 18? Yes, I am. She says it confidently. Why? Because I believe, my opinion, she was sent up in there with fake ID. I believe that. And if those officers were to have testified and said, no, it wasn't a vertical ID. It was a horizontal ID. They may have taken a damn picture of it. But we will never know because his attorney listen, man, I just want you all to understand something, bro. Quit looking outside of Robert's circle. Quit looking out. We know what the prosecutors did. We know what the Department of Justice did. But there were people right next to that man who made sure, no, we can't let him get out. I'm going to be quiet and listen to y'all. Thank you for allowing me to talk so long. But I'm going to be quiet and listen to your assessment.
I think a lot of us at this point got to grasp that it ain't about the outside world when it comes to R. Kelly. Can't nobody the shit that went on with R. Kelly, it couldn't happen from people on the outside. You know what I'm saying? You go back to the Andrew Wyatt interview. And what did Andrew Wyatt say when he went to them people and say, oh, look, I got Mesereau, but Mesereau said the only way he coming in to work is if everybody gone.
Mm-hmm.
You pass up a Mesereau to keep a fucking PI? I mean, you got to make this shit make sense.
Right.
You got to make it make sense. That shit with the ID, even to go back as far as the ID go. What happened when she said that she traveled to Stockton, California alone, and her parents didn't even know she was gone? All this shit goes back to the traveling shit now. Just like the girl in Atlanta. You say this you got picked up in a limousine and you went to the airport and you went to fucking Minnesota. But you said you used the password. Man, we already know you can't fly no goddamn well without no identification. These people with these fake IDs from Geronda Pace on down, man. Hey, I'm a year back, but from Geronda Pace on down, this fake identification, these people, this was a asserted effort. And they put this plan into work, and I believe this plan, it started from the inside. They just had to find these females, they had to find the people to put in place to carry it out. Just like we just heard Vincent Simmons say, they use these girls. They use the Clarence, they use everybody else that's involved with this shit. They got the girl a fake ID. She knew that the ID was fake. The police went up there, they asked for the ID, she gave it to them. Now it would have been a whole different story if she never presented nothing, but the report said that she showed them an ID, and the ID stated that she was 18, and the police left. And when the police left, they said that's when Kels asked her, "Are you 18?" And she said, "Yeah." She doubled down on it.
That's right. That's right.
And here's the caveat. The only way you can get close to somebody is through the inside. Ain't no outside person that ain't been around you ain't gonna have no information. So at the end of the day, whatever went on in the inner circle, whatever the case may be, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. And everybody know, if you're an underage teenager at a hotel without proper identification or adult supervision, you getting your ass up out of there. And if she did have the proper ID saying that she was 18, that's why they left. But if she wasn't 18, they would have arrested R. Kelly right there on the spot, and it would have been no more questions asked. So play dumb if you want to, but at the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong. So everybody that had a hand in this knew exactly what the hell they was doing. Because you ain't gonna tell me that if he was messing with underage women, it would be more than what you have in front of you right now at the end of the day. And you don't need a fake ID if you're underage trying to mess with a grown man. So that means you already knew you wanted to get close to him. So the only way you could do that was to have fake ID at the end of the day. So save the bullshit and quit playing, because everybody knew what the hell was going on when it came to so-called people lying about this, that, and the third. And as Levi said, his jungle is the studio. when your eyes are not paying attention to what's in front of you, but you are focused on your craft, you can't see everything around you, but you're asking everybody else to protect what you have vested in, but their vested in interest was themselves. It wasn't about R. Kelly.
Sir Miguel, I totally agree with you. And once again, I like to say what's up to all the brothers on the panel. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all, like always. And it kind of brings me back to the new development now. The new development being now the Chicago prosecution is having a hard time just trying to decide whether or not to proceed with the state case. even Kim Fox and coming and everybody, and I've heard outside people giving their opinions on different other platforms, mainstream and not. They're like, okay, well, is it because they got the conviction in New York, and is it because that if they proceed, it'll be pointless to proceed in the Chicago trial, or if it's somebody lying? And now they got a grant of like a 30-day time frame, and whether or not they're gonna decide to go forward with it. And I keep thinking like, okay, what is it now? Are they waiting for some other evidence to drop before they go forward? Because they got all the transcripts, they got all that information. So they're privy to everything. So why say like, okay, we don't know whether we want to go forward? So now what got me is this. There was something else that I couldn't pick up on, but now it's starting to make sense. Now I'm sure y'all heard about the fact that, well, his federal trial, his trials in New York could not be televised because they were federal trials, so they don't like to. So I don't know how true this is. They talk about they don't like to televise federal trials. This is a state trial. This can be televised, and I don't think they want to go forward with it because they know if this thing gets televised, that all the BS and all the fuck shit they done pulled would get exposed on national TV.
Mm-hmm. Smart man.
So now they're sitting back going like, hold up. Do we really want to go ahead and go forward with this? Because everything that we done did is going to come to light. And the whole national media going to see that this thing that we done pulled is going to be looked at as being, y'all do all this just for that.
Boy, they playing Russian roulette.
And not only that, J-Rock, now think about this. If it were to be televised, then you already know that the narrative was thrown out there that he bought his 2008 case, right? Well, you can't say that now.
Michael Avenatti, yes.
You can't say that now because guess what? There was no conspiracy or none of that shit.
Right.
So now you're going to look dumbfounded if you do go to trial and it's on TV. A lot of stuff is going to be questioned.
And then guess what? And they took Jerome the Pace ass from Chicago to New York. Russian roulette. Hey, they dropped the Chicago trial. The appeal is just gaining strength. It's like a fucking storm. It's like a hurricane. The more they keep dropping, the more that appeal keep building up strength, man.
And a lot of stuff that came out that we done talked about, the transcripts and everything else. Here's another part about it. Now, other stuff people gonna start hearing about how Lisa Van Allen didn't want to go back to the trial again because because the U.S. Marshals had to go get her because she didn't want to come back to court.
Man.
And of course, she lied about her age as well when she was 18 the whole time.
Oh yeah,
that'll come out. You know what I'm saying? And then if you look at the Geronda Page story and the way she's telling it, that's gonna get demolished all the way through at the end of the day because there's no consistency. And I still question to this day. Did you really know the man? Probably not.
For her to even get on the stand and say, well, my first settlement, I gave Bubba $5,000. Aaron Donnelly first, right? Aaron Donnelly should have raised the question. Now, if Bubba works for R. Kelly and you sued R. Kelly for abusing you, why did you give him $5,000? That's a red flag.
without a doubt. And when you look at what are the game changers here? The brother J Rock just hit it on the head, and that is this. For one, you have Jennifer Bonjean, who would be actually defending him in the state case, and she is an attorney that plays by the game of inches. Okay. For two, if you look at the word video, which I think is Latin or Greek, video means to see. Okay. So one thing that there has been a concerted effort to do since Rob was charged federally. If you remember, the judge in the state case already ruled during a motion that the trial could be televised. Okay, that's already been ruled on. In the federal case, the one thing that they were very successful in doing, that they set out to do, was to make sure that he was not only convicted, but held under a shroud of secrecy.
Facts.
Everything that took place as it pertains to them denying him bond was done under a shroud of secrecy. I have the whole damn library. I got everything. And I'm gonna say something. I don't use other individual shows to fight my fight. So I'm not gonna do that with Brother Vi, but my fight, I'm the kind of dude, bro, that I've been in wars for real. And I always approach it from me fighting by myself. I fight my fights. You feel me? I don't involve nobody in nothing, but I'll say this much, that this concerted effort to make sure that he was denied bond and eventually convicted in those federal cases, the smoking gun in that is that April 17th document, when the prosecutors themselves said Robert Kelly has a group of individuals out here using social media that's connected to him, who are engaging, or I'm not going to misquote them, they said who have been attempting to intimidate the witnesses in his cases, harass, intimidate, coerce, whatever. Well, Don Russell was just convicted for witness intimidation. That's a fact. So hold on. And I asked Ms. Walker this that day. She being a legally minded person, I said, wait a minute. When you read that April C, listen, y'all, I go to the key areas. That's what I do. All that other stuff don't mean nothing. I'm going to those key areas, the smoking guns. I asked Ms. Walker, I said, what the prosecutors allege in this motion or response to the motion, when they said that R. Kelly has emboldened or has a group of individuals out here attempting to intimidate the witnesses in this case. They were using this argument not only to keep him in there, but they were using this argument in order to get him a anonymous sequestered jury, which is the death knell for any defendant. If I'm selling weed in the city of Detroit and I'm just moving a lot of weed, and I'm like, I wasn't moving that much weed, but damn, wait, hold on. And I'm charged with that. The moment that my attorney says, well, they're going to ask for an anonymous sequestered jury, I know it's over for me. Like, wait a minute, what you mean anonymous sequestered jury? If you make the jurors feel that they must be protected from Levi, and you're painting Levi as a kingpin, you're saying I'm guilty. They going to go in thinking I'm guilty. Like, this nigga got to be scandalous that we have to be kept anonymous. And you have not heard from one of those jurors yet, because of that cloud of threat that they painted. If these people know who you are, they're going to kill you. They're going to threaten you. They're going to harm you. So I asked Ms. Walker, Ms. Walker, did they or did they not identify crimes? Is it illegal, especially in federal cases, to attempt to threaten a federal witness? And Ms. Walker said, Levi, yes, it is. I said, so what's the problem? What's the problem? Hold on. They just said some people are out here attempting to intimidate federal witnesses, threatening them. They just locked down Russell up for it or found him guilty. If they said people are out here doing that, that means they, being federal prosecutors, through their investigations, had already identified those people who were committing, according to them, crimes. Now, here's the smoking gun. 2 of Robert's attorneys come back to the court and respond and say, hold on. That's a hell of an assertion. That's a hell of an accusation. We demand that the court demands that the prosecutors are compelled to confirm what they're saying. How are these people connected to our client, Robert Kelly? The prosecutors cannot make such a false, broad assertion, just as we would never make a broad, false assertion that the people who are out here calling R. Kelly guilty on social media, the people who have constructed channels like The Grown Man, who are dedicated to the prosecution of R. Kelly and saying that he's guilty. This is what they said to the court. They didn't use The Grown Man's channel, but they said it would be just as equally imprudent for us to say that The Grown Man and them are working for the prosecutors, or they're working for the witnesses. No, you can't use social media to say our client, Robert Kelly, is connected to these people. They called the prosecutors on their bluff. Now, at that point, I'm trying to show y'all something. This is so crucial what I'm about to tell you. They knew that if the prosecutors had challenged them, all the prosecutors had to do was say to the court, Your Honor, we ain't capping. Yeah, these people are connected to R. Kelly. And we can prove they're connected to R. Kelly. And how we're going to prove it is we're going to show at least 2 of his attorneys on their channels, those who have formed close relationships with them. They've had private meetings with these goddamn terrorists. They have instructed them to do things. They have condoned and gone along with the goddamn intimidation. And I get upset because Robert had to pay a price for this, y'all. But they did not call the defense attorneys on their bluff, because they knew had they put that before Judge Ann Donnelly and drawn the correlation, the connections, and connected the dots, guess what, y'all? Judge Ann Donnelly would have had no other choice but to dismiss that case in New York for ineffective counsel due to the fact that some of his attorneys had formed relationships with and were in bed with individuals who was out here calling witnesses doghead bitches, attacking, doxing, threatening, going up in courtrooms, threatening, going up to Javante Cunningham's job. These were real crimes, brothers, in real time. But the prosecutors were that intelligent to know if we respond to this properly, R. Kelly's going to walk. He's going to be granted a whole new trial in New York and Chicago. That's what happened. And I'll say this to that rogue ex-police commissioner, because if you notice, he continues to speak on me. He continues to target me. He continues to talk shit. He understands that Robert's cousin, Levi, ain't no joke, for one. He understands what I just described on your channel, Vi, as I bring people back to the reality and what really took place. He understands what I just described can land his ass in prison for a long time, along with his cohorts. Y'all are looking at it right before your very eyes. You see the people that they've ostracized or the people that they're against, and you've seen all the terrorist leaders and their soldiers come together right on YouTube. Right now, y'all know for a fact it is me and Dana and the woman in San Francisco that they have targeted, that they hate. I don't mess with the woman in San Francisco at all. But I poured her coat to something a year ago. And she started to look closely at these things. But y'all can see the terrorist network right there before y'all very eyes. They have a propaganda channel, the Horror News channel. That Horror News channel is part of is one of their operatives, which I've sent that shit to the people, to the federal authorities. But I have to say this, Brother Miguel, and to Brother J-Rock and Vi. Please remember some, brothers. This whole fight for R. Kelly, from day one, has been a life and death fight. What do I mean by that? Robert's life and Robert's death depends on what has transpired and what's taken place. And those who were able to spot the corruption, to spot these individuals who were placed in certain positions to undermine his case, like myself. When I came out and explained to them, I had to inform the federal authorities, as well as the goddamn streets, relying on no one to defend me and my family. I want y'all to know that when that rogue ex-police commissioner speaks on Levi, I can look at his eyes and know what's at play. The snake in DC, these people that I talk about, I'm telling you, I can see murder in their eyes. Murder. As I explained to my cousin, this is a life and death situation. And when you can unveil and reveal some things that were just absolutely corrupt, excuse me, and you know that behind it are billions of dollars at stake, you would be a damn fool to take these people lightly. You would be a fool to throw caution to the wind. I've been raised in the streets, of the streets. I know how it goes. I've seen too many people lose their life taking people like these people for granted or thinking that is a joke. This is real life, people. And what I just described actually took place. It happened. And the federal authorities are well apprised of it. Every video that they've made, the lies, the deceit, they have it. But I'm an even-handed nigga. I take out insurance. Don't play with me. I'm the only person who was able to sit up top, look down, and watch all of the pieces to the chessboard being played. I pulled Dana's coattail. Dana didn't go along with their stuff. So now they're targeting Dana. They're targeting me, the woman in San Francisco. For the love of God, the man was just sentenced to life in prison. So what's this obsession with Dana? What is this obsession with Levi? What's going on? But the information that I have and the information that the woman in San Francisco, listen, bro, this is serious, y'all. And I don't play games with dangerous people. I'm telling you. Oh my God, if you only knew how serious of a man I am. I'm not allowing anyone to threaten my life simply because I was able to see what was going on concerning my cousin, and I was able to report that to the authorities. So stay tuned, brothers and sisters. Brothers on the panel and sisters, stay tuned. It's about to be hot in the city. And what I'm speaking on right now is even part and parcel of why they're contemplating dropping the state case. Because all of the lies, all of the deceit, all of the corruption is coming out. and it's going to continue to come out. But at the same time, in the interim, in the process of that, I don't play with nobody. That rogue ex-police commissioner, that bastard sitting there talking about, oh, your name is such and such, nigga. I said it 1,000 times. The federal authorities are the only ones who know my identity, my true identity. But he want to play that game? Okay, I'm telling him and I'm telling them, you're going to lose heavy. You're going to lose big. Real big. Because all my adult life, I've never sold a crack rock, brothers. I've never sold a nickel bag of weed. But all my life, all I've been around, my whole orientation is up top. Every nigga that I've ever dealt with in my life are some serious people. I've always played the game at that level. And the game that they're playing with my cousin's life, they played with this man's life. And as a result, he's now facing basically 2 life sentences because of their nefarious acts, because of the hijacking and infiltration of his case. I'm sorry, Vi. I get passionate. I talk and I get upset about it because it did not have to occur. Robert should be home right now free. Those cases were weak as hell. But there were people close to him and people pushing buttons and pulling strings that basically assured the prosecution a win in both cases. And I'll be quiet and listen to you, brothers, man. I'm sorry I just get so upset over it. Just, I'll be quiet. Go ahead, brothers.
Let me say this real quick. At the end of the day, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, language. And when you can change the language and the law to work to your advantage, this is what you get. Because they knew they had a weak case. So at the end of the day, like Levi said, Robert should be home right now. See, when you do superseding things, that means you're trying to create a case when there really is no case. So when you change that language, then you make a case. And I'm going to say this. When all this is over, he going to be blessed tenfold. And he going to do the things that God need him to do. And people going to look real hard and real stupid. Because when all this stuff come out, you're going to see that it was all a farce and it was a setup and it was all bullshit. And I'll yield my rest of my time.
Good job. Some of y'all shy. Y'all don't want to say nothing. Go on. Hey, brother. Go on. I'm gonna be quiet and listen. Don't get shy now. Go on now.
It done got to the point now with this case that nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, you will hear all kind of everything you thought you knew. It'll take a big left turn and be like, wait a minute, what the hell? Where did this come from? Or how did this happen? How did he or she interject themselves into this? I mean, it done got to the point now. This is a rabbit hole. This rabbit hole is far deeper than the one in Alice in Wonderland now. I mean, it's just so unbelievable. I've never seen a case like this that actually literally has not only taken a life of its own, but seems to be gathering new life in other places, and it's just getting bigger and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And it done got to the point now that you got other characters being involved that you wondering how in the hell did they get involved? What did they do? What did they say? Who did they talk to? So, like I said, I was on I had peeked in on a guy's live by the name of Angry Man. he had a live last week, and the live was, is R. Kelly getting out in 2023?
I already know, J-Rock. I see you in there. But keep going.
And just in case Levi didn't know about it, I jumped on there and I told and I said, all this bullshit didn't start happening to R. Kelly until his album started hitting their 25th anniversary. All of his CDs and albums started hitting their 25th anniversary. That's when all and when he petitioned ownership for his masters, that's when all hell broke loose. And everybody kept talking about, well, this is about protecting young women and girls. This is about this, that, and that, about young women and girls. And I'll go back to the young women and girls point by saying this. Where's Me Too and everybody else and all these other organizations about young black women and girls after what happened to Shanquella Robinson in Mexico?
Thank you.
Yeah, not only that, the young girl in Iowa that was in the sex trafficking ring and ended up killing the dude. And they want to pay
restitution.
Make that shit make sense.
Yep.
Right.
And see, and I think Shanquella Robinson's case didn't get no attention because of two reasons. Number one, she didn't date R. Kelly, and number two, Bill Cosby didn't offer her no drink.
That's right, brother. Intelligent man, exactly. And it's not profitable. It's like everything. Follow the money. And I gotta say this to Brother J-Rock because I don't want to lose sight of something he just said. The man just talked about. He said it seemed like this case or these cases now are taking a life of their own and they're moving. The rabbit hole is here, this and the third. Brother, what Brother J-Rock just described, y'all, is a conspiracy.
100%.
How they work. Listen, check this out. I'm gonna show how these people work. They charge a man in a conspiracy with no other co-conspirators.
Right.
But in order to prosecute him on a conspiracy, they need to construct a conspiracy to fucking do it. This is what you're dealing with. You feel me? It's that rabbit hole that Brother J-Rock just talked about. Yeah, it goes off in so many different directions. There were some who were, in conspiracies. The reason why the RICO has been so successful is that conspiracy means I don't care how minor of a player you were in this. In order for us to bring down a Cosa Nostra, in order for us to really prosecute these types of situations effectively, there are no minor and major players. We're going to bring all of y'all into it. So if the person says, hey, I can get them bricks. And I say, man, I don't do that no more, but my man is moving them over there. If they got that on a wiretap, me just suggesting that he go over there and get them, I'm in the conspiracy now.
Right.
That's right. So what you all are looking at, and it baffles me, and this is why I constantly remind people on social media, when I talk about my 60-some page, which is now over 100-page report, and when I talk about how I detailed the major and minor players, I understand. I used to get so frustrated with Miss Walker because I'd be like, Miss Walker, can't you see what I'm saying? And she used to say, well, leave out. I can't just, and I understood because what conspiracies, it's funny how when there is a conspiracy, right? And then when you start pointing out a conspiracy, you look crazy. Or people tend to say, well, you're exaggerating, or I don't know. But I'm telling you, what the Brother J-Rock just said, this rabbit hole runs deep, and there are some individuals who are indicted right now. They were used, and others are going to be indicted. They were used, a lot of them. But at the end of the day, it's the organizers, those who sat at the top, moving the chess pieces, the pawns, who are the most culpable and responsible. However, at this point, I don't give a damn. If you are a small player or a large player, when it comes to that man, Robert Kelly, for him to have to pay a price and suffer over what they were doing, they got to pay. They got to be brought to justice, bro. And as time progresses, you all will see that he could never be released and come home until they are put where they belong, which is inside of those prisons. I'm telling you. And let me say this also, something J-Rock was saying. I have to say this. I'm going to be quiet. I got to say this. Everything that I described, all of it, none of it would have meant anything if certain members of his legal team did not welcome these criminals into their fold. Everyone knows this. I would ask you brothers right now and anyone listening, call Gunna's attorney, call Young Thug's attorney right now and say, I need to speak with you about Young Thug's case.
Young Thug, tell you hell no.
They're going to tell you hell no. And they're going to tell you, call my phone again. The federal authority is going to be speaking to you.
Facts.
You feel me? It was the complete. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
It's funny you said that, Levi, because everybody know that in any criminal case, no attorney is going to discuss any information to anybody that don't have nothing to do with the case. And at the end of the day, they're not going to give you any kind of strategy of what they're trying to do to get their client out of jail or whatever the case may be.
That's right.
They don't want to let their own client know the strategy.
But not only that, people getting put out of the hotel calling a fucking attorney that don't even have nothing to do with you. Hey Steve, Greenberg, they putting somebody out the hotel. Can you try to see what's going on? Are you serious?
Exactly, brothers, and it's simple, bro. A homie I grew up with called a serious case, murder, a couple of murders. A lot of people don't know this, but my cousin, one of my cousins, is one of the top legal professionals in the Detroit metropolitan area, Tri-County area, Tri-State area. And I sent old boy that I grew up with, I sent his mother to my cousin. And he normally represents dope cases. However, I was downtown one day and I visited my cousin at his law office. What's up? I dropped in. I sent them the dude I grew up with. I sent them that was about damn near $250,000 that he made off that case. However, time I sat down, I said, so how's it going with old boy? My cousin looked at me and said, man, he said, what are you talking about? And I started laughing. I being abreast of the law, I said, I know you can't discuss none of that with me. He said, exactly. He couldn't tell me nothing. And I sent the man the damn case. It is unheard of, brothers and sisters, brothers on the panel and the sisters that's listening. It is unheard of for defendant's attorneys to sit and discuss the defendant's situation in the case. And it is unheard of for them to outsource a defendant's case to a bunch of goddamn criminals on social media.
Right.
And I'm going to say this, and I want y'all to think about what I'm saying. These people were able to first scale the walls of his legal team. That's a fact. I got it all. But guess what? Think about what I'm saying. After they scaled the walls of his legal team, allegedly, this is what I'm asserting. They sat back and they recorded those attorneys. Those attorneys had placed themselves in compromising positions. Check this out. And I know the Royal Police Commissioner is listening. And I know he said this nigga's one of the smartest niggas I ever fucking encountered in my life. Boy, look, I am a genius when it comes to this shit. Listen, after they were able to scale the wall and the attorneys let them in, the attorneys sat on phones and had compromised themselves so much that when the terrorist leaders wanted the attorneys moved out the way, they didn't ask them to move out the way. They told them. They were the reason why you saw all those attorneys jumping ship, man. But remember, all the attorneys started to jump ship
Facts.
Because they knew they would lose, allegedly, they would lose their law license. They would be ruined because the terrorists did the same thing that we've seen on social media and on YouTube. They record people. They had a plan, y'all. The leaders had a plan. They used certain ones as soldiers, and that man was in that courtroom asking for Azriel for a reason. That man went up to Javante Cunningham's job for a reason. They were calling these witnesses dog-head bitches and attacking them day and night for a reason. Because, yes, sir. Say it again, brother.
I say, look who the boss was.
That's right. So now
he came out and said that I have the information to free Robert, but you can't free yourself.
that is correct. So no one asked the question. One of the, I say, greatest world-renowned artists in the history of American culture and music. That is Robert Kelly. Listen to me. Frank Sinatra didn't write all his songs. Michael Jackson didn't write all his songs. Robert Kelly, Frank Sinatra, and Michael Jackson did not regurgitate, revitalize, and resuscitate older artists like the Isley brothers and the brother Uncle Charlie.
Dope Fiend Charlie.
Strung out somewhere.
None of those great artists were able to breathe into other artists and resuscitate their careers. Robert Kelly is the greatest entertainer, the greatest recording artist that's ever walked the planet. And if anybody want to challenge it on me, if you want to challenge me, I'll ask you a simple question. Did my cousin go to Michael Jackson for some hits, or did Michael Jackson come to him?
Thank you. Yo, I'm 100% with you.
There it is, right there.
People don't give the man his credit that he really deserves. I said, yo, the man gave us. The only thing Rob never gave us was heavy metal, and I'm like, cause black people, and if black people was into some heavy metal, he probably gave us a heavy metal song. The man gave us country. He gave you inspirational. He gave you gospel. He gave you reggae. He showed he could give you a hip hop song. He give you pop soul. Matter of fact, people,
you know what I'm saying?
People need to stop calling him the king of R&B. We gotta call him the king of pop soul, cause he made R&B so, even though R&B, don't get me wrong, like the more popular genre in the 80s and 90s, but when it was dying out and you could see he still kept that on his back and would just kept going and going and going. I'm like, yo, people don't give him his credit.
And guess what, brother? He didn't even get Robert. I was telling him not long ago, right when they indicted him and arrested. Listen, bro, he was just getting his second win.
Yo, Levi, I was just, me and J-Rock and Vi, we just talking about a few weeks ago. I said, yo, them people were very calculated what they did. Because I was like, yo, I didn't like the fact that they made sure they arrested him right around the time he was leaving to go. You know, he was going to go overseas. Well, everybody knew he was about to go overseas and go do a tour in Australia and Netherlands and all over there. And then they made sure they did that on purpose so he couldn't get his bag up the way he was supposed to get his bag up.
The same way when he was performing for the Olympics.
Facts.
That's when that tape dropped.
Facts. And then also look at it. I said, yo, his first case, y'all didn't take, like the one he went to 2008 trial for, they didn't take his passport. What? Right now, I'm out on bail. Usually in a state case, they don't take your passport. But why is it that they take his passport?
Exactly.
Man, because they was in fear. He told on the trap. Remember that Tavis Smiley interview? Man, that's probably some of the realest shit I heard Kel speak. And the simple fact, the shit that he spoke was everything that he spoke to then is what they challenge now. When he said that the record labels didn't want him putting out music, but he put out music anyway.
Yes, sir.
When the music when Ignition went platinum, they come back running You know what I'm saying? And they asked him, Tavis asked him, like, why did he say, look, say, just like a soldier in the midst of a war, do you think he gonna put his sword down? He said, music is my weapon. He said, why would I stop doing the only thing that I know how to do when I'm in the midst of a war? So the people understood how powerful this man's voice was, and the people were still, they saw how the outside the courtrooms was packed every day, you know, people out there supporting. So they documented everything from that first go around and said, when we come the next time, we have to cut off all of these avenues. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing that they didn't understand is that they are dealing with a spiritual man. This man knows God. This man has a relationship with God. That's why the thing that they are, everything they've done for wrong is gonna be they wrongdoing that's used to get this man from in the position that he in. It ain't gonna be nothing that he do because he ain't got to do it. It's gonna be everything that they did wrong that's gonna have him walk out of that jail.
That's right.
Because everybody go around, they talk that shit. The feds this, the feds that. The feds just showed you. The feds ain't as clean as they say they are. There was a rush to judgment. These people didn't even they didn't have shit on this man. They wanted to hurry up and lock him up and hold him so they can work the case. Most times you hear people say the feds come, they already got they case. They cases already sealed. Well, why that shit wasn't the same? Why wasn't it R. Kelly?
Facts.
That's right, brother. Go ahead, brother.
It goes back to what I said earlier. When they superseded it, they was making up shit so they can get a case because they didn't have nothing.
Right.
That's why the judge said, "Hey, y'all gotta bring me something because y'all ain't got nothing."
Right.
So they superseded again. She
Yes, sir.
brought it back. Judge said, "No, this ain't good enough. You gotta bring me more."
That's right.
Damn, let's supersede it again. Bring it back. No, this ain't good enough. The third time, oh, okay, boom, bam. That's why I said language means everything, whether it's in the court of law, whether it's in the streets, whether it's in the boardrooms. Once you change that language to fit your narrative, then guess what? You got something. But when it don't fit your narrative, you don't have nothing. And Levi can say that, attest to this. The law can be interchanged to work to your advantage to get somebody. But when it don't work to your advantage, you ain't got shit.
You ain't got nothing. You said that right, bro. I got to go on this. My babe, my little daughter, her friend, and the mom about to go in and look for him. But listen, I want to say one more thing before I leave, just to leave something on you guys' mind. Brother Vi, who are the two individuals on here that won't say nothing? The Lexington and
that's Lex. That's Lex. Lex is like to sit back and
what's up, brother?
But he gonna speak.
Okay,
what's
cool.
Up?
Hey,
what's up,
my brother?
I didn't mean to.
Yes,
I'm just gathering the information. Let y'all
yes,
talk,
sir.
man. I'm just sitting
Yes,
back.
sir.
But how y'all doing? Everybody on the panel? How's everybody doing, brother?
What's
Fine,
good,
fine,
Lex?
finding you.
What up? What up?
Finding
right.
you, brother. Finding you, brother. I'm about to get out of here, so I'm going to be listening in the mall as y'all. I'm going to be listening to the rest of the show. But let me say a couple of things real quick, real fast. For one, it is so interesting to me. The reason why I enjoy Vi's panels and talking to you guys is because if this had been the theme of the YouTube streets from day one, Robert would have seen significant results, and we would have been a thriving force that would have brought the information to the people that would have ultimately freed him. But once again, you all saw the detractors and the disruptors come in, and they didn't want this kind of panel. Now, I want to leave this on your minds. We just talked about how world-renowned Robert is and how unique he is as an artist. So I just want to ask y'all, leave this on your minds. That man we just described, world-renowned, met with Mandela, the top recording artist of all times in my mind. Now imagine Robert Kelly, R. Kelly's attorney, sitting talking to a homeless man in a hotel room. Just remember that. I want y'all to think about that. Leave that in your mind. What is this world-renowned artist attorney doing sitting talking to a homeless man in a hotel room? And my second thing I want to leave you, the last thing I want to leave on your mind is that, can you please tell me When I describe the hijacking and infiltration, this is what I want y'all to remember. He had an attorney in New York who I allege was a Manchurian attorney, but 6 weeks before this world-renowned recording artist was to stand trial under some serious charges with all that we had seen for 3 years, all of the, what Brother Jay Rock talked about, the moving parts and all that stuff was going on. 6 weeks before he was to stand trial, an attorney was ushered in that we all had never heard about, but the terrorists, leaders, and soldiers knew he had been waiting in the wings for over 1 year. I don't want y'all to lose sight of that. That is so out of the ordinary. It is so strange. I sent one of the most prominent attorneys in the world to my cousin. If I said this attorney's name, y'all would know instantly. I sent this individual to my cousin, him and his partner, female partner. This is during the COVID. And that attorney, I spoke with this attorney maybe 3 times, and he kept saying to me, Levi, you need to talk to your cousin and let us know. Now, these attorneys only do federal cases. He said, because the window of opportunity is closing. And I said, what do you mean? He said, listen to me. For us to adequately represent Robert, we need at minimum 3.5 months to prepare. 3.5 months to prepare. That's on a minimum. He said we really need a 6 months, but 3.5 months, since we do this, we can do it. The day that Robert was found guilty in New York, that attorney called me while I was riding down the street and said, you know the verdict is in, right? I said, is it? He said, yeah. And he was on the phone with me. The verdict came down and he told me. And I was so discombobulated, he said, pull over to the side of the road, because I was crying. And his final words to me was, what did I tell you? He said it would have been impossible for your cousin to have adequate legal representation, and an attorney came in 4, 5, 6 weeks before the thing. He said, man, he said, what did I tell you? He said, it's a shame how they did your cousin. I just want to leave that on y'all minds. We must stop looking at the vehicle. I don't care how nice the vehicle looks. We must pop the hood and think about the moving parts that contributed to his illegal, unconstitutional convictions. They were unconstitutionally illegal what was done to him. But it could have never been done had he had true advocacy and real attorneys that would have told those terrorists, if you call my phone again, you're going to be arrested. We have an investigator. There's the email. If you got some information that you want to deposit, send it to the investigator. We'll vet it. But you cannot have one-on-one conversations with me. I'm representing Robert Kelly, not you. That right there was the end of Robert. When certain members of his legal team allowed these goddamn terrorists to scale his legal walls. All right, brothers. I'm sorry I talk so long, Vi. You know how I get. But I'm about to finish listening to y'all, man. Thank you all for listening, and I really enjoy these conversations with these intelligent guys. All right, y'all?
Hey.
All right, brother Levi.
All right, Levi.
All right,
Appreciate
be safe. Be safe.
Peace. You also peace.
All right, man. Have a good one, brother.
Yes, sir. You say something, Vi?
I say you finna trip out on this clip I got about these old PPP loans.
All right, brother. I'll be listening. I'll be watching. Thank you.
Oh, y'all.
Peace.
It's the state of the culture, man. You already know we addressing the culture. We're addressing the culture, man. And R. Kelly is the culture, man. He's a part of the culture. No, we're a part of the culture. I respect a nice panel, man, respectful panel. Like, I can't say we always have great panel, so I always have to salute the people that come up all the time. And Levi and J Rock, when y'all hit on that, well, J Rock most definitely spoke about the reason why they want to. It'll be a good thing if they drop the case, so it won't get the publicity that they trying to keep it from getting. There was a damn good point you made, man. I keep thinking about. There was a damn good point you made.
But see, Vi, that's the thing about it, because I kept thinking the whole time they got a conviction in New York, they got a split verdict in Chicago. You got the state trial coming up, and now they're talking about, well, they're trying not to decide whether or not they want to proceed with it. I'm like, why would you not want to proceed with it? Because I kept thinking like okay, well, we already know that how the witness testimony is, because it was already kind of weak in the federal trial anyway. That's why he got the split verdict. And then even with that, the judge had to change the language at the 11th hour for the jury before they have to really deliberate on that. But then I kept thinking, I said, wait a minute, they kept saying that. But then it dawned on me, because a lot of people say, well, R. Kelly's trial couldn't be televised because it was a federal trial. But I say, okay, now this is not federal, it's state. So which could very well be televised in front of a national TV audience. Now, so now the DA and everybody is now all of a sudden they probably thinking like, wait a minute, if this thing gets televised, they're gonna see all the BS that we did.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yo, not only that,
that's crazy. We should want that trial to go on so we can see all the bullshit that they've been pulling.
Yeah, but the government gonna hide. The government trying to hide it, so they gonna do what's in the best interest of them to keep their narrative alive. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
And see what? And another thing that gets me, everybody talk about, he had this whole criminal organization that was lockstep with everything he wanted to do, and he had people working for him. Here's another thing that dawned on me. See, if he had such a well-known criminal organization and everybody working with him, he shouldn't have been able to be so. His habits shouldn't have been so predictable. R. Kelly's habits was so predictable that Charlie Wilson, who didn't talk to R. Kelly on the phone, was able to find out where he was at to talk to him, saying that, man, I just took a chance and thought that you might be here. And lo and behold, he was there. Because he was playing midnight basketball. Charlie Wilson just so happened to be up in Chicago, where R. Kelly was at, and then talked to him and said, yo, I need a hit. So,
and I ain't talking about a rock. I'm talking about a song.
Exactly. And that goes back to my point. It was so R. Kelly's habits was so predictable that even Charlie Wilson, who had really talked to him, was able to find out where he was at. How the hell he gonna be able to run a successful criminal enterprise if a man he ain't never talked to was able to find out exactly where he was at the whole damn time?
And not only that, J Rock, if he did have a criminal enterprise, where's the money?
Exactly.
He ain't got
it. Where's the money? Because in any criminal enterprise, you're trying to make money.
Facts.
You're trying to move something. You're not going for broke. You're not guessing. You're not guessing how much you have. You're not going to find out how much you have in the bank. The money should already be there, with no questions asked.
In enterprise that we know about, the Gambino family, all these different enterprises like that shit. Them people didn't play about money.
Exactly.
It was never that, but a lot of this shit, like I said, they wasn't prepared when they came to Kells. The people like Avenatti and others put the pressure on Kim Fox to do the stupid shit that she did with her ugly ass, and she went with it, and Kells just so happened to be a casualty to this situation. You know what I'm saying? He just got caught up in this situation because of public pressure. They come out like Kanye West say. People say they won't survive. These people come out and do a surviving R. Kelly, surviving Bill Cosby. Who run that shit? I keep talking. We talk about the narrative. They put this narrative have been put around this man's name since motherfucking 95. This cloud been over this man's head since 95. So you mean to tell me if this cloud been over this man's head since 95, y'all can only come up with fucking 10, 15 women, but y'all talk about fucking Bill Cosby, 80-something women, fucking this Weinstein, 80-something women. Right. This man dealing with this shit for ever since the fucking marriage certificate that Demetrius Smith sold to Vibe magazine. This shit's crazy, man. This how could one man, and like R. Kelly say, I would have to be crazy as hell with all the shit that I've been through in my fucked up past. We all have made some decisions that we wasn't proud of in our life as men. That we know we can go back and think about those times we made them fuck up choices. Say, you know what, I ain't finna do that shit no more. Or we done dated somebody or anything. Work the job where you didn't work the job. This just ain't the field for me. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, some people can deal with supervisors. Some people can't deal with supervisors. It's different shit that that you can do and you can't do. Is for them to make it seem like this man just as careless as fuck. And to even think about that, if he that careless, he would have been caught. He would have been locked up. You know what I'm saying? This shit wouldn't have been lasting 30 years. A careless motherfucker don't last 30 years on the street.
Facts. And not only that, Big Vibe, and I'm gonna say this again. When people use the word pedophile, you better understand what it means.
Facts.
The doctor already said in his report, no, he ain't that. And at the end of the day, that's something you can't turn off and on.
You, Sir Miguel. Thank you. You gonna like
what you like.
Why you think men that forcefully take pussy always go back to jail for rape? Because it's like, yo, you can't turn that off. That's something you like. Men that's pedophiles, they always go back to jail for liking underage women. Mean to tell me, not for nothing, you mean to tell me y'all can't from let's just say it's true with the Geronda Pace. Supposedly they was having sex 2008, 2009, 2010. You mean to tell me you can't find another underage child from 2010 to 2019? If this man call a pedophile?
But then how could they label her even as a child when they say, well, 2008, the trial was you had to be 18 or older to be inside of the courtroom. So of course, if he's sitting in the courtroom, he's observing the crowd. So if I see this, I know that everybody in this courtroom have to be 18 years of old or older. Now I'm sitting in the courtroom looking at the crowd. I see this girl in the crowd of people. So what did that tell me? Oh, she must be 18 years old. I'm not saying that he dealt with her. I'm not saying that he didn't deal, he did or he didn't deal with her. But what I am saying is, if I'm sitting up here and I'm looking out into the crowd and I see this girl in here and I know that this court, you have to be 18 or older to get in here, she must be 18 years old.
Right.
But the thing about it is, they don't want to speak on that aspect of it, but they just want to make it seem like Kel should know. He should know. How should he know when you got public officials? These are officers that's at the door of this courtroom checking identification. So if an officer don't know if a fucking ID is real, and what did the girl say when they got to Kel's house with her and the friend? The friend say when they got there, they asked for ID. She didn't have them. So what? She left. She left. And from the point of her leaving, she come back trying to break in because she didn't have it. This is the bullshit. And like a video, I got a video on before I go to the PPP loan. when you got a person, when you like, if I'm in trouble, when I'm in trouble, the last thing I need is for my brother, or anybody that's in my family, or anybody coming out claiming to be a part of my family, to be going and talking to the media. And I'm gonna let y'all hear some of this stuff. I don't really have nothing against Kerry, but man, I came across this interview that he did, man, and I swear to God, bro,
Kerry did bad, bro.
It made me so pissed off, man, to hear the shit that he was saying. Like, how do you come out and say some shit like you saying, and then you try to think it's just okay to say, well, I was mad at the time. You don't, that shit ain't enough. For the damage you caused, I was mad at the time is just not enough. Man, this shit sad, but I'm finna play it for y'all, man, and man, to hear some of the shit this dude was saying, I'm like, man, what the fuck? Couldn't believe it, man. And this is from 3 years ago.
Tell me about your relationship with your brother growing up. Were you guys close?
I mean, we was like the average.
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up if you can.
Kids, growing up, actually me and Bruce was closer, because by me being a baby, Robert was the baby before me. I put it that way. So when I came along, it's just like maybe I shouldn't have came along. So my mom kind of paid a lot of attention to me because I'm the youngest, and I really needed her help and looked for her guidance. So, he's no longer the baby at this point.
So you guys, it doesn't sound like you're particularly.
Now, do y'all hear how he's trying to make this shit, make it seem like Kels was jealous, man? Y'all just listen to the shit this man saying.
Growing up.
Not really. I mean, yeah and no. Because a lot of times I used to try to look for his blessing on different things. By me being the youngest, we played basketball, things of that nature. And I used to want to be like Michael Jordan, like they want to be like Michael Jordan. So I wanted to always look for their approval. Bruce gave it to me pretty much, but Robert, it was a challenge because, like I said, I actually, he was the baby before I was born. So,
and then tell me the order of your siblings.
But that Robert wasn't a challenge for Robert to give you no kudos or nothing like that. You talking about a competitive sport. Robert is a competitor. He's a competitor, man. He's not doing that shit because he have a gripe against you or he disliked at you or this, that, and the third. He's a competitor. That's just the competitive nature within Kels. Man, you hear people say this shit about him when they working with him in the studio or anything they doing with him. He's a perfectionist, man. But this dude is taking those type of actions and making it seem as if it was something that Kels had against him.
Oldest to youngest?
My sister Teresa, she's the oldest. Then it's Bruce. Then Robert, then me.
And Bruce is in prison right now?
He's in the county.
He's in county jail.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to participate or be interviewed for Surviving R. Kelly?
Well, it's a lot of different things. I mean, that my family has endured and went through. I love my brother. A lot of people think that I'm trying to just like destroy his character or destroy him. It's not about that. My thing is, if my mom was here, my mom spoke the truth. And she always taught us to speak. And it's like a lot of things that transpired and happened. I feel bad that I hadn't came forth earlier.
Like what things are you referring to?
I mean, just with the allegations with the girls and different things of that nature. When I was on tour, he used to ask me to go get girls. And I used to tell him, no, that was another reason we fell out. Because what Robert couldn't understand was, how's everybody running around doing everything that he say, but his little brother is being, rebellious toward it.
When you
now, Y'all see why these people could plant the narratives on R. Kelly that they planted them on. Look who is saying them.
Say he used to ask you to get girls. Are we talking underage girls?
I mean, to me, they look underage. To me, they look underage. You know, when I looked at them, I seen.
So, if he asks you to go get girls, I mean, now it's different if he say, hey, Carrie, go get that girl. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Carrie, go grab her. But when you say he used to ask me to go get girls, that means you would just go out and find females. You know, you're trying to make a broad statement seem like to be a direct statement. It's a difference if Rob say, hey, Carrie, go get that girl right there with the blue jeans on and the white shirt. But you said, oh, he asked you to go get girls, but yeah, they look young because you probably went to look for young girls. He didn't put a description on it when you say go get the girl, go get some girls. But you put a description on it, Carrie.
Like my daughter, I'm like, man, she looked young in the face, you know. Oh, you hating on me. I'm like, hating on you for what? I mean, I'm not gonna do that, you know, because I don't want nobody doing that to my child, you know. So that's why I pretty much, I gotta put this phone on vibrate, but that's why I pretty much got into it with him a lot, because like I said, you got grown people, adults that's working with him that did everything he said, like the puppet master.
Well, since we already kind of touched on it, there are the Surviving R. Kelly documentary, as you know, or docuseries, brought up a lot of serious allegations about how your brother treats women and also relationships he had with underage girls. Is there truth to those allegations?
I mean, well, you know, he married Aaliyah. I mean, it don't get.
You all hear the narrative. This shit is coming from his brother's mouth. How do you come back from this?
I mean, well, you know, he married Aaliyah. I mean, it don't get no truer than that. And these are documents and records that's available for the public. He married her.
Well, we know that happened, but what about, you know, the women in the documentary, perhaps other women out there who weren't in the documentary, girls who were underage at the time? Do you know firsthand if there was any truth to that?
I mean, I wasn't around to actually see him actually, you know, interact with girls like that as far as on a sexual type of tip. I've seen him, you know, pretty much be interested, like, man, let me get her number, you know, and if I didn't go get it, somebody else went and got the number.
And again, we're talking about girls who appeared to be underage.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to your brother?
Why don't you own commercial real estate? I spoke to Robert in, I want to say 2000, it might have been 6, whenever the case ended on the child pornography case. The
2008.
2008. That's the last time I spoke with him. And when I spoke to him, you know, even though my name was brought up in it, and a lot of people say it wasn't, my face was posted on the news, my name, my character, my liking was brought up in this case, you know, and I was actually watching the news with my children that night, and I seen my face posted on the news. And I'm like, how did that happen? But what happened was, a lot of people don't understand and don't know, I did a lot of doubles for Rob. We don't look that much alike, but you can tell that we're related.
Whoa, whoa. You ain't just gonna say that. You just ain't gonna say that and think you gonna walk past me like that. You did a lot of what?
But what happened was, a lot of people don't understand and don't know, I did a lot of doubles for Rob. We don't look that much alike, but you can tell that we're related. And the doubles that I did was in You Remind Me of My G, your body's calling. It was a lot of times that I actually had clothes on that he had on for a particular scene.
Do y'all hear this right here? And Carrie, your goddamn body ain't never been calling. Just to let you know.
But what happened was, a lot of people don't understand and don't know, I did a lot of doubles for Rob. We don't look that much alike, but you can tell that we're related. And the doubles that I did was in You Remind Me of My Jeep, Your Body's Calling. It was a lot of times that I actually had the clothes on that he had on for a particular scene. Robert and his lawyers knew that. So they created reasonable doubt. That's what happened.
So what about what about, you've told me some personal stories, I won't talk about with whom, but what about, people you know of?
They go Kel's watch right there. The watch that Don Russell said he gave Carrie. Yeah, that's the watch right there. That's the watch that Don Russell gave Carrie.
Going to the police. Why haven't they gone? Let me start with this. Why haven't they gone to the police? We talked about one particular young girl who said she was abused. R. Kelly. Why haven't they come forward, do you think?
Because people are afraid. It's basically, this is how I see it, and this is why my family is divided the way that it is. You have the people over here on this side is speaking the truth, and they're not with that. They don't condone it. Then you got people on this side feel like, well, if I ever say anything bad about Robert, he might not never give me anything. He might not never look. He might cut me off, and that's what they'd be afraid of.
Do you think your brother treats or has treated underage girls inappropriately, sexually speaking? And if so, why? Does he have issues?
I mean, yes, he do have an issue. Anytime an adult, look at minors or women that's underage, that's anybody. This is not just for Robert. This is any pedophile, any person that has that type of characteristics where they can look at a girl and say, hey, she, you can. And what I know, some of these girls do be having, they might be, thick, or as they call it, or they might have weight on them, but their face don't lie. You can look in their face and tell that they don't look of age.
But is he a pedophile?
I mean, I can't honestly say that for sure. I just know that he has a problem with control. I love my brother, but he do have a problem. And if anybody out there love him, they should want to see him get help. It's not just about jail time. It's about facing the issues and the different things that he is alleged of. I mean, it have to come to a head at some point.
You brought up, is there a reason, do you think, that might have led to this behavior? I think you talked about being molested, correct?
Yes.
That's very painful. Did that happen to your brother too?
Yes, I believe it did. I really believe it did, because the same person that molested me used to make it feel like I did something wrong, so I can't go outside. My mom's going to work, my stepdad going to work. So, I mean, this is the only adult figure or teenager that's overseeing us. So I had to actually do everything that they said. And it's been several times that I knew that I can go outside and Robert had to stay in the house. And when he stayed in the house, I could just imagine what happened to him, because I know what happened to me.
Man, what the hell y'all think about KQ?
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to.
What's y'all thoughts on Killer?
Carrie.
I'm sorry, man.
No, he's a clown, man. Nah, yo, Vi, you know why he's a clown to me? It's like, yo, the damage already done. You saw the recent interview he did with Tasha K. Oh, I was just mad everything was a lie. Nigga, you already did the damage. You might as well just stick to your guns. Exactly.
Yeah, you can't fix that shit you did. You can't correct what you did. what you came out and initially said, there's nothing that you can do to change that shit.
Facts. Like he might as well just stuck to his guns. Fucking bozo. He's a clown.
I'll say this, man. As y'all say, that the damage is done, and whatever his relationship with his brother is, moving forward, let it be. But at the end of the day, you could have just kept all that to yourself and not even done an interview because it was already out there.
Thank
you know what I mean? So, with that being said, gentlemen, I got to get off this panel, man, and go run some errands. Big Vi, Baller D, J Rock. I don't know if Lexington's still on here, man. I appreciate y'all having me on. Big Vi, as always, man. The panels are always thorough, on point, 100. And, man, just keep grinding, keep doing it, man. And I support you 100%, brother. Much love to y'all, man. Enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday. And if you happen to be back on later on, I'll jump on later on, brother. But anyway, man, I appreciate you having me on, bro.
Oh, yeah, salute, man. You already know.
All right.
Salute.
All right,
100.
Miguel, man. Hold it down out there, man.
For sure.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say about it is, man, is jealousy, envy, and money. I'm gonna leave it at that. Jealousy, envy, and money.
You can't fix shit when you come out like that. Oh, I used to play body doubles for my brother, this, that, and the third. So now you putting nails in the allegations. Pretty much, you solidifying the allegations for them by saying, "Oh, he married Aaliyah." Oh, did you hear her say, "Oh, is it true that he touched somebody in y'all family?"
Vi, there's so much to unpack with this. It's not even funny. I don't even know where to start. But let me go ahead and just start off by on the first things he said, like he married Aaliyah. It's documented. It's documented in records. Even our own, like I said before, shout out to Prima Donna. To me, like I said, once again, the best investigative report on YouTube. She has debunked that time and time again. That marriage certificate was so fake, you could take that marriage certificate and wipe your ass with it. That's how fake it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then he on this different interviews, that just like the one you showed. He was also on Dr. Oz.
Who they talking about?
He was on Dr. Oz too.
Oh yeah, Carrie, right?
Yep, Carrie was on Dr. Oz. Jumped up there talking about talking about his brother, and Dr. Oz, who jumped up and was running for Senate in Pennsylvania. Like I said, he was using that platform in regards to R. Kelly, in regards to probably to try to push his agenda forward for that Senate seat in Pennsylvania. Why do you think? And another big thing. Why do you think that Dr. Phil didn't even want to touch this?
Facts. Yo, J-Rod, this is my thing. Why Carrie don't go address the fucking allegations how his baby mom out here saying he fucking fuck his own kids or some weird shit like that? Why you want to go address that?
That's a damn good question. That's a damn good question.
He don't want to address that. I mean, it's funny you say that about Dr. Oz and running for Pennsylvania, right? The Senate.
Yep.
Let's see whatever happened to this crime. Hold on. We're gonna get to it. Just a second. This old Angry Bird looking bitch. Whatever happened to this clown? Otis right here.
I can't stand.
Recently, I came across a box of VHS tapes that I had in my home for many years. I love sports, and I was searching through the box to see which.
Now, this supposed to be his statement. How the fuck? This supposed to be? How do you not remember your own goddamn statement, man?
And I wanted to keep, and which ones I wanted to throw out. I noticed a sports tape, but it also had R. Kelly's name on it. R. Kelly appeared to be on the tape, but not in concert. Instead, he was sexually abusing underage African American girls. As a parent, it is very disturbing to know that any adult, and I emphasize that again, any adult would engage in sexual acts with a child. There can be no justification for anyone to do what I saw on this tape. I can't get the memory out of my head. I just can't. It breaks my heart to see a celebrity whose music I used to love take advantage of children and harm them in this way. Unless we do the right thing and come forward with any of the tapes out there that's circulating, because there is some out there besides mine, turn them in immediately to law enforcement or Miss Orange. And I know that that's the right thing to do. And we can put an end to this.
Oh my God.
He's
Y'all
a
see
clown.
how the pit bull is looking
And we haven't seen this fool since. Where he at now? How do you make cameo appearances on a case? You got people making cameo appearances. You have to talk about, well, I've collected sports tapes, and then I was going through looking, trying to find one that I haven't seen in a while, and then I saw this one with R. Kelly's name on it. If you collecting tapes, you know exactly what the hell you got.
He reading off a paper for to be his statement though. Make
And
that shit make sense.
And then jump out and talk about, well, I can't get the image of my head with R. Kelly sexually assaulting underage African American girls. Hey, who the hell wrote this statement for you?
Man, Gloria already looked at that motherfucker like,
Yo.
look, you keep on stuttering and pausing, man. I'm gonna have to get your ass up out of here.
Yo, what you call it, son? Gloria Allred, yo, son. I hope, them women probably really in the back of their head thinking, oh yeah, Gloria really cares for us. Man, that lady only pop out when it's a bag involved. It's
Bill Cosby called her ambulance chaser.
Facts, like, yo.
Gloria Allred, that woman is a prominent black male hating, ambulance chasing, chicken walking, ferret faced fucker. He's sitting up in here running his narratives time and time again. That woman know that. Why hasn't she brought that same dude back? Why he ain't testify on no trial?
He must be locked up. He must be locked up. You ain't heard shit about the Pennsylvania case. You ain't heard shit about the Pennsylvania situation. You ain't heard shit about the tape in that Chicago trial. You ain't heard shit about the tape the man found. None of that.
Haven't seen that dude. What about the women in Baltimore who he supposedly sexually assaulted on the tour he was with LL Cool J when they say back in 1995, but it was actually in 1996.
Thank you.
Where they at?
You know what's so crazy with that situation? I wonder if Dana know them women or ever seen them or brother Malik before.
Dana said he knew one of them. Dana said he knew one of them. And I think I don't know how. I think it was on a live that he did, and he talked about it, and he had he bumped into some type of way. I don't know. You may have to confirm it with Dana, but I think I remember him saying it that he did a live, and then she said something to the fact, "Why are you trying to bust me out? I'm trying to get my bag."
Cause I seen somebody, I seen somebody exposed her. They said the basically the year she said it happened, whatever the case may be, she told me how she was 16, but it really showed that somebody did a TLO on her, and it showed that she was really 18 or 19 years old that year.
Yeah, she was 18 at the time. She said, because see, she tried to make it talk about 1995, because at 1995 she would have been 17 at the time. But I think somebody did do a search on it and said her birthday was February, and in February 1996 she would turn 18. And see, the concert that she went to was in June, in I think first week of June, last week of May, first week of June. Because I know, because the concert I went to was in the first week of May, and that concert didn't get to Baltimore until a month after that.
Yo, these people are trifling. She said, "Why are you trying to bust me out?" Like, I'm just trying to get my bag.
Man, check this out though. We gonna keep saying free chaos, man. You know, we in chaos. So we done touched on Shaquilla Robinson. We touched on the 3 friends that died allegedly from carbon monoxide poison in Mexico. We got on the R. Kelly. We talked about Vincent Simmons. You know, we all, you know, that's a case that I've been following for a long time with Vincent Simmons. Good to see that the guy's out, but after doing 44 years in prison, the man say he feel like a baby in society now. He you know, it's hard for him mentally to catch up with everything that's going on.
I got another topic I'd like to bring up if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, soon we gonna go. When I go through this, I'm gonna do the PPP loan one, and then we can go to yours, and then I'll close it out with the last one that I got on here. So we're gonna let J-Rock, we're gonna play this PPP loan video. I'm just, hey, it's the state of the culture, so I'm just warning my people, you know what I'm saying? If y'all dibble and dabble, you know what I'm saying? You know, I hope you had your eyes, you know, I hope everything was legit, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we're gonna check it out and see what they got to say about this old PPP. You know what PPP? Yeah, you know me.
We're trying in Georgia alone. On who receives these loans is publicly available. We've been looking through it and looking at some of these companies that are registered with the Secretary of State and don't have an online presence. We wanted to find them and ask them a simple question. What does your company do? Turns out that wasn't so simple. I'm trying to reach Money Ain't a Problem Entertainment. Oh, Alexa, okay. Is that you? No, it isn't. He's at work. We went to this Gwinnett County home looking for a company that received more than $22,000 in federal Paycheck Protection Program payments. We couldn't find Money Ain't a Problem Entertainment registered with the Georgia Secretary of State or active online. He received a PPP loan and we can't find any record of the business existing. So I'm just trying to understand what it is. Oh, see, I don't know. We dug through thousands of pages of PPP data and found that more than 553,000 PPP loans were handed out in Georgia, totaling more than $24 billion just in Georgia. But we know that tens of millions of dollars of that money here in Georgia went to fake companies trying to steal your tax dollars.
Wow. I think it's a righteous use of your federal tax dollars to go after.
Oh, shit, goddamn. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Georgia. Just sending the message here. If you cheat the American taxpayers, we're going to find you.
And we will.
He says it doesn't matter how small the dollar amount of the potential fraud.
We're going to look at every single case. Some of the smaller cases have led us to bigger cases.
This is one of those cases Estes is prosecuting. Decula resident Ashley Parker allegedly submitted more than 24 fraudulent applications for COVID relief, adding up to $2 million. Prosecutors charged she spent part of those illegal proceeds on plastic surgery, including breast augmentation and liposuction. Hi, it's Justin with Channel 2. I'm trying to reach Ashley. Hello? We tried to track down Parker at her Decula home, luxury cars, a Mercedes, and a Lexus in the driveway. The person who called me several names we can't say on television. Is Ashley here? No, your mom is here. No, I don't think so. I'm looking for Ashley Parker. Mr. Smith is Justin Gray with WSB. It was nearly 2 years ago that I tracked down to Bronx Smith at his Gwinnett County business, Market Yourself LLC. At the time, he maintained he never stole PPP funds as a federal indictment alleged. Did you do everything by the book? Why would they indict you? I know you can't see that disrespectful. But Smith has now entered a guilty plea, and in its sentencing memorandum, the U.S. Attorney is asking for a 21-month prison term. So what about Money and a Problem Entertainment? No one associated with Money and a Problem is facing criminal charges, but we still can't find any signs of a business or employees earning paychecks. The women
Y'all get ready. I ain't no hater neither. So don't come for me in no comments.
We waited and waited. Okay, you should be out of here. We never heard back from Money and a Problem, but this summer, President Biden signed bills extending the statute of limitations for pandemic-related fraud to 10 years from 5. And I'm sure a lot of these people think, hey, I got the money, I'm on my way, and you're here to say that's not.
No, that's not the case. We've got 16 different federal agencies working on this.
$22 billion just in Georgia. So there's definitely some criminals who thought they could get away with stealing maybe $10,000, $20,000 and nobody would notice or catch them. They might still think they got away with it, but hundreds of federal agents and prosecutors are
Channel 2 don't be playing, boy. Channel 2 in Atlanta, don't be playing.
You heard the U.S. Attorney there. He called it a righteous use of federal resources.
Justin, thank you.
You know the crazy part about that? They named the company Money Ain't a Problem. Of course it ain't a problem because they ain't using their own damn money. They're using your damn money.
Oh man. Hey, you know the R. Kelly victims got them PPP loan.
Yup. Exactly.
Oh shit.
Money ain't a problem.
Must was a problem. He had to get a PPP loan. It was a serious problem. Shit, he needed some. Oh, say shit. We looked that up. We looked it up. Shit, that business don't even exist. Yeah, man. So, man, y'all fuck with that money, man. Look here, man. You know what? They got up to 10 years to come at you. You hear me? They got up to 10 years to come at you. You hear me? So shit, hey, J-Rock, man, what we got, man?
What we got is, I don't know if everybody heard about Tia Mowry divorcing her husband, right? And she jumping out here on talk show circuits talking about her marriage was a success, and she said something about she said marriage like a curriculum, and then there's a graduation and celebration because she decided to divorce her husband. My opinion is, bitch, you ain't graduate from anything. You dropped out of marriage,
right?
And talking about we got 2 beautiful kids together, and see the funny part about it is you ever heard anything about him being abusive, him being about any kind of scandal. She just decided to break up her own marriage
because that's the way that society, man, is pushing people in relationships and marriages to make you feel like, you know what I'm saying, this independent shit. And honestly, that's the biggest illusion, you know, and the worst thing to go on, because now it's all about independent. Oh, I make my own money. I do this. I do this. Man, you need a unit, man.
Little daddy. Yeah, and see what gets me is now if she's supposed to have graduated now, where's she going? She's going for a graduate degree in thoughtology now.
Doxology, man.
Yeah.
But see, that's a good thing because. That's a good thing you asked that, because that's gonna lead right into the next video. That leads right into the next video.
Yeah, I see Ann Huff put in the comments saying that she tried to put an allegation that he cheated on her, but he said it's not true.
It leads right to this video right here. See what you think about this. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Man, Malik, you 3 hours late, man. We finna be getting up out of here. You just showed up.
Well, hold on.
Man,
hold.
You 3 hours late.
Hold
man.
on.
We finna be getting up out of here. You just showed up. You got an echo.
Well, hold on. Now Friday came up. Hello?
Go ahead and talk.
Yeah, I think Friday something came up, right?
Yeah, I ended up working. My work was extended.
Okay,
I ain't
listen.
think I'm gonna be working that long.
Listen, but before you show a video, right? Let me throw this on the table. Now, everybody grab your hats because this gonna rock the whole panel. But this where we really should be focused and state of the culture. 27-year-old young lady. This real story. I can't remember her name. I don't want to say she's from Baltimore, but she's from somewhere on the East Coast. She was $2,200 behind in her bills. And she figured she had no way out. She said, she had totally given up. Her and her 3-year-old daughter get up and take a bath and put their clothes on.
Malik, I heard about this story. I know exactly where you're going, but go ahead.
She goes to the subway station, and her 3-year-old daughter walk off the platform. So, how do we prevent, or what do we need to do going forward to create, to prevent from this type of tragedy? When I heard the story, I had to pull over. I was driving. I was like, no. Wow. Oh. Wait a minute. And as silent as everybody is, I wanted to bring it because that's a lot of people's reality. You have a lot of people who think that because they fall a few steps in debt, that to end it is going to solve everything.
You just took you and your 3-year-old daughter in front of a train and ended your life and her life.
Over 2,200.
My question is, if you wanted to end your own life, that's fine.
Right.
But you couldn't take the child to a friend, any type of family member, and could say like you watch it for a while, I'll be back, and then you just gonna decide to end up on your own. You couldn't at least have the decency to do that.
Facts.
I heard about this.
I want to say this, and because it's amongst family, I don't think somebody will take this the wrong way. Do you know what type of power it must have taken her to make that type of decision?
It's definitely something to think about. I mean, she kept feeling like there's no way out, and she couldn't get no help from anybody else. But I mean, but she had to. I always hear about the phrase maternal instinct. And your and I'm not a mother, but I got sisters and brothers who got kids and everything else. But you always your number one maternal instinct that I believe is always to protect your child first. But the fact that you would put your child in the same dangerous position that you're in,
Facts.
where was your maternal instinct at that point?
J-Rock, in one of my externships in my professional career, I was asked a question. And this was like the question was posed in front of a board. It was a table question. It was like 6 of us at the table, and the facilitator said, you have a mother who's hooked on crack rock, and she takes her baby with her to the crack house. What do you consider her? And I looked and I was like, that would be like, wow, what mother would do that? Blah blah. And I'm thinking everything negatively. And the facilitator, who's a trained professional, psychologist, social worker, the whole nine, she said, you wouldn't consider her being a good mother? I said, what? She said, just what you said. She said, you realize that the maternal instinct in her wouldn't leave her child behind and took her child with her in the midst of her sickness? I had nothing to say for 3 days. I was done. And on the 4th day, a light came on and I said, at least she could control what could happen to the child because the child was with her. As twisted as it may sound, and I know some folks in the chat like, what? She had enough maternal instinct to keep her child with her at all times.
I get it from both angles.
Coward shit. Coward. I can't even feel sorry for her, man. Me as a parent. I don't know what was going on within her. This shit just killed my spirit, honestly.
It wasn't meant to kill your spirit, bro.
Facts. You walking off platforms with your kids. Like, that's crazy.
It wasn't meant to kill a spirit. I realize that you do a state of the culture, and I get it. But do you realize how many people will take self-pride over assistance?
Yeah, even that. You gotta even wonder if you ask yourself, is it pride? Because like J-Rock said, if it's pride, you don't put innocent people in the way of that. You know, the baby was innocent, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the baby was innocent. But from a maternal instinct, she's still with the baby. So now she still can take care of her baby. I'm not saying she made a right decision or a wrong decision. What I'm saying is we got so many things that we should tap into to help each other, help one another. When I was like, wow.
Brother I think Vi talking about the train track situation. That's what I think he's talking about.
In either situation, they're one and the same.
But it all goes back to this shit though, man. You know, we can do a lot, but a lot of this shit started with the development in the home. A lot of these young girls get out here, man, they want to have kids and they still kids they damn self. But they feel though, oh, I'm 18, I'm grown. But no, yeah, you 18 grown as far as a number, but mentally, are you mature enough? Are you responsible enough? Every fucking thing I do in this world is for my kids, man. I will never do if God can help me, I'm gonna protect my kids. And if that shit, bro, I mean, I can only imagine how it feel, bro. I got a son I'm raising without a mama right now. That's why that shit touched me in a different way. A lot of this shit about decisions, man. That baby ain't got a chance to make a decision. That baby could have been her way out of the fucking ghetto. There's so many ways we can look at this. Because you made a decision to go out and have a kid, and then you have a kid, then you ain't doing what it takes. I tell my son this shit every day. If I don't get up and go to work, guess what? We're gonna be sitting in this bitch with the lights off, sleeping in the car. Shit, the car gonna get took too, because that ain't paid for. You gotta always, man, responsibility. Man, these kids don't ask for this shit, bro. But when you have them, it's a responsibility that you have to maintain. And when you feel like you want to give up, that's why they got these adoption centers. Different things you can do. Get a kid to your mama. What a dad at? He probably locked up because you made a poor ass decision. I mean, bad as I want to feel sorry, I feel sorry for the baby, man.
I'm saddened by the whole thing. And what I was trying to put on the table amongst the brothers was like, what could we do going forward to help anybody? Like, especially among us men, you know, sometimes we too proud to say something's wrong. Like Larry said in the comments, I can't hold President Biden and Kamala Harris accountable, because even if they don't say anything about the black community, us in the community know what we need to do and what we need to address and correct. So if he don't speak on it, okay, cool. I wasn't a Biden fan when he was with Obama. Truth be told, and this gonna probably rock the panel and get me kicked off, I really wasn't no big Obama fan because I knew why he was there. But again, that's just my personal belief on that particular politic issue. But Larry, we can't fault the president or the vice president. We gotta look within ourselves to help ourselves.
You know, a lot of that shit go back to, even when you go back, Brenda got a baby, but Brenda barely got a brain. A damn shame the kid can't even spell her name. But he say, we go to the community, they say that's not our problem. That's up to Brenda family. But Tupac say, well, let me tell you how that affects our whole community. That shit was back in the 90s. This 2022, man.
You know, the other narrative they've been spinning, and I don't want to downplay, but just as brothers, is about the three young men from Virginia University.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to say, or the narrative was, they athletes, you don't know how much pressure an athlete is really under. And I said to myself, and we had a discussion in the barbershop, and I was like, my son in college, he ain't under no pressure. And they say, well, suppose he don't make the league. Yeah, he don't make the league. He don't make the league. I say, now, if that ass don't graduate, he going to be under this motherfucking boot. But there ain't going to be no pressure because he going to be under this boot. Oh, man, you supposed to check this out. If he don't make the league, I ain't mad. If he don't graduate, I'm fucking pissed and we got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have no issue. We got a problem. See, I don't understand why people want to put all this stress on their children because they're talented in a particular sport. Hey, listen, get that knowledge first. Mm-hmm. If you so happen to make the league, cool. But if you graduate, you still can buy us tickets to the game. You just ain't giving us tickets. I'm happy either way. But I need you to graduate and get that education so you can be able to take care of yourself going forward.
Man, it's crazy, man. And another thing, I feel like that shit right there, even with the league, the pro, the leagues, all of them, is a reason why a lot of our brothers make it to the league and shit. They lead the league with financial trouble because they ain't learned shit.
You know, Shaq said in the interview on Drink Champs, I think it's like 80, it's almost like 90% of the players who leave the NBA leave broke.
Look at Antoine Walker. That man made like damn near $200 million and he went broke.
A lot of them go broke, man, because you got shit, you got accountants, you got all these people that you paying, and you really, and all them people that getting paid for shit.
But see, I could understand when, like, you know, certain people get in the league probably for a year or two. I can understand certain shit like that, but it's like when you didn't touch damn near $200 million, and you like, damn, like,
You know what? But why don't they encourage these athletes to go to college? Okay, you want to go to the pro, you know you got a good chance of going to pro, go to college, get you a goddamn business associate, you know, get you a associate degree or something, get you something dealing with business, because business management. Because guess what? You finna run it, you finna come into some money that you ain't never dealt with in your life. They got all season, so you got time to deal with your money. You got time to pay your taxes. It ain't like you don't have the time, but they want these people, they cripple our athletes to make them feel as though you don't have time. We're gonna put somebody in place for that. You get a motherfucker 10, 15, 20% off of something that you going out to work and earn. That 10, 15, 20% that you giving an account, you can be giving that back to mom.
You know, that's why everybody is so up in arms with Lamar, because Lamar's mother is his agent, and I'm all for that. But what I've told everybody is the amount of money he's asking for, he's not going to get because he's too much of a liability. He wants guaranteed $250 million.
Man, I asked for it. Should they give it? If he,
but I thought they did give him it.
Hell no.
Man, you got motherfuckers going around here on the bench making fucking.
So who, there was somebody who got that guaranteed contract. It wasn't
Deshaun Watson.
Yes, you get.
Deshaun
Yeah,
Watson.
you're right. Deshaun Watson did get a guaranteed contract.
Shit, I want 252. I want, give me all mine at once, man.
But yo, I ain't gonna lie. The NBA is where it's at right now. They ain't about to be the first player to make $60 million in a season off an NBA contract, not including endorsements. I'm like, damn, 60 mil for one season? That's ridiculous.
But see, the difference is that folks don't understand. NBA and baseball money guaranteed.
Yeah,
Facts. And soccer.
Right, that's guaranteed. Football money, they're giving you that money with the projection of, and Deshaun got some dirt on some people. They gave Deshaun that as hush money.
Facts.
My language.
I'm with you.
Look you in, dude. Take this money, and you go way over in the corner, and all the allegations we had pushed up on you, because he ate all that. He took all that. He ain't say nothing. He kept quiet, so they know he ain't gonna open his mouth. So look, we're gonna give you this money now. Keep playing the role you've been playing. He didn't get that from his talent, and I'm not taking away from his talent, but he got some dirt on some big folks.
Facts. Cause you mean to tell me they gave that contract to a black man before a white quarterback?
Look, not to mention he ain't played in 3 years.
Shit, man, look at man. Kirk Cousins in the last 2 or 3 years, shit, he didn't got around about 200 or something million. Shit, Cousins, man, they've been loading him up with 360s.
That's to make it look good.
You know, it's fucked up, man. There's a lot of ways, a lot of stuff that I look at now that now that I'm older, and I look at things from a different perspective, and I see how important, the education is. Life after this shit, life after sports. A lot of these people don't really have a life after. That's why I salute J.R. Smith, man. This dude, Man, this dude, you look at J.R. Smith all the tattoo, you think this dude just like, what the fuck? Man, J.R. Smith, man, he go to one of the top prestigious colleges in the country.
Right.
But see, you also know that J.R. Smith, he silently walked away. Him and LeBron had a run-in too. Him and LeBron had a headbutt.
Yeah, LeBron still was pissed off with JR about that decision at the end.
Man, that shit still hurt me, and I wasn't even playing.
Yeah.
But they say JR hit his mother too.
Oh no, I didn't hear that.
They
say JR hit his mother too.
Anything possible. Shit, we see what Delonte West said right now. Shit, he probably somewhere with Charlie Wilson.
With Charlie Wilson. Well, no.
Damn, that story fucked my head up, bro, man. Shit, man. It get hard. Life get hard for me. But shit, I can't. My whole thing is, man, my kids is the motivation for me not to want to give up.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't care how hard life get by. I ain't hitting no glass dick. You must be crazy.
Nah, you ain't picked up that rock on.
I don't care what you tell.
You know what I'm saying? It's sad, bro. Man, $2,200 cost you a lifetime. You know. But I don't know what state she was in or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or what's her situation with her family. You know, a lot of this shit gotta be, you know, is fucked up. But we gotta have outlets, you know what I'm saying? I come on here, do YouTube, people talk about, man, I don't get paid off of this shit. I get up and go to work, man. 14 hours a day. Most of my days, Monday through Friday. I'm at work from shit. I leave home at 5 o'clock. I don't make it back home till 7 o'clock the next morning. You know, but it's a sacrifice, the grind that you have to put out, you know, to make it out here, man. You know, shit. I wish to be an entrepreneur, but you know what? I'm gonna keep grinding until I become an entrepreneur. I'm not gonna try to, you know, be an entrepreneur and stop working and stop doing what I'm doing to get there, you know. So I gotta keep working until I get to where I want to be at. So, you know, I try to help my kids, mom, however I can, you know. But I don't want that to be the resort that you have to turn to, that you feel like, or if they decide they want to do some stupid shit like that, call me. I'm coming to get mine. Shit, I'm coming to get mine.
Facts.
Ain't no way. Shit, you can do what you want to do with yourself. I'm gonna come get my kids. You know.
I'll be like, before you walk off, just let me come get my kid.
You know,
I do welfare checks and everything. Shit, no, you'll call the police. If I'm calling and ain't getting no answer, shit, I'll call the police and have them go by there. I'm trying to do a wellness check, man. I've been calling 2-3 days, ain't got an answer. Shit, I don't even know if mine's all right.
Trying to let them.
For real.
Listen, I get it. And I'm gonna give you a closer one. My son's mother's best friend lost all 3 of her children, all 3 of her boys, within 18 months. One was natural causes, the other 2 were street violence, I believe. But nevertheless, she lost all 3 of her boys in 18 months. Her baby girl, I think, is maybe 9. She called my son's mother and said, I'm done. The pain is too much. I'm ready to take my life. I think everybody from the neighborhood went to that girl's house. They kept that girl under surveillance for 7 days around the clock. And they told her, you cannot do that. What about the baby girl? The baby girl father. Say, I'm gonna take her. He talked, positive, but he still got an issue with the mother, so to speak. They talked to her, and she said, "Well, I get it, but the pain." And I couldn't imagine losing one child, let alone 3 boys in an 18-month span.
Facts.
She said it was just so much to bear. She said she felt like the harder she prayed, the more she went to church. These situations kept coming up. She said that there was a God. Why is he doing this to me? She stayed. She got the little girl, and the little girl turned 12. And she's seeing now a new vision on life. And I'm just saying, I get it. I would hate to have to make that kind of decision. That's a lot on some people. Like to a person who is able to make a way out of no way. As men, we like, okay, I gotta work overtime a couple days, boom, boom. I'm gonna get an extra 200 here, extra 100 there, boom, you piecing it. But she felt, to a woman who felt as though she had nowhere to go, he exhausted all options. I'm assuming that 2,200 was more like 100,000 in her eyes. She just felt like she couldn't make it. I think that we need to have more, I don't want to say sympathy, but kind of look out for certain telltale signs in some people before they go to the extreme in some situations. I'm not saying we can save them all, and I'm not saying that folks don't do that, but just like sometimes, kind of reach out, look out. Shaq was saying in the interview how, it doesn't take nothing but a few seconds to send a text message to let somebody know you care or you're thinking about them. He said he kept saying he's gonna call his sister. He said he was at the hospital and then she was gone. He was like, damn. How hard would it have been for me to send a text message? But sometimes I think we put things off that could prevent people from going off. I'll be the first to say it's hard when you're in a situation and you got nobody you can bounce information off of or retrieve information of a positive nature off of. Because sometimes our people, oh man, I ain't got 20 for your phone bill, but boy, let's go around and hit this blunt, drink this beer. Damn, why you didn't get out? And we tend to think that because you offer me a blunt or hit the beer, that's going to take away that I need to get 200 for this phone bill, or they're going to cut us off. And sometimes we think we really helping when we really hindering the process. We can just go ahead and give him that same 20. Look, man, yeah, that's all I got towards it, man. Look, if I get something else, I give it to you. You know what I mean? But I wasn't trying to kill a panel, brothers. I just wanted to get insight from some brothers on what I see is a tough situation. And I think that together we can prevent or curb it from happening again. Not saying we can curb them all, but I think we can curb some.
No, I say it all the time, man. If it's people, people that comes over here, the people in this chat, like we do the prayers, like we do for T Glenn and people that people going through things of that nature, man. Man, if it's like that, man, look, I might not be the type of person that'll do it, but if it's something that you need, help with, or you need a prayer, you need, something that you feel as though I can ask the people to help contribute or something like that. Just communicate what it is, and if it's everything legit, then let us the people try and help, man. Other than suffer in silence, man. That shit, depression is real. I know that. A lot of this shit is real, man. It's just sad. Like I said, man, I feel for the little baby girl, man, 3 years old. Like that shit hit home right there, man. The mama, I ain't gonna even sit here and say I feel for the mama. I'm just sorry, man. We have kids. We make that decision to have kids. We gotta do. We can't take the easy way out. If any one of us took the easy way out, then we wouldn't be who we were. We struggle. Malik, you be down, and some days you up, some days you down. But guess what? You still a father, despite whatever it is. We all have our highs and our lows. But when we create life, we bring a life into this world, man. It's up to us to make sure that we get them our all 100%. Quitting ain't the option. You know what I'm saying? Quitting is not an option, man. It's sad, man. Man, I just feel for that little baby, man. That the future. And you say a lot of times, like you said, we might not be able to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish in our life, but when we have children, we can put them in position because we done made the mistakes, we done took the chances, this, that, and the third. So we here to teach them and tell them, different than what we was taught, because most of us we did shit the way that we thought was right. So our children could, sometimes our children may be that diamond in the rough, but you gotta be willing to take that ride and be there for them and encourage them. And it's just sad, man, that to hear something like this. It's just sad to hear any of this news that we've been hearing from this young lady, that was beaten to death. These people, like, it's a lot of tragedy, man. Like within our community, and like the only way we gonna get back to, we gonna have to find the love, man, in the unity in the village, But until the village is found, until the unity is gathered, the love is present, man, it's just gonna be one of them situations, man. I'm really like, I ain't gonna lie, man. That story, you broke that story, man. That shit just really it touched me, but then at the same time it drained me, man, because the little baby, man, 3 years old, you do all this shit, put it in the tub, getting a dress with your whole intention, knowing what you finna go do. You could have stopped anywhere and say, look, call this number right here and tell them to come get this baby.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
They gonna have to make. I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard, man. I ain't gonna even lie. Like, you probably can hear it in my voice, but it just, man, that baby, man. There's one baby that ain't gonna be able to, live out her potential, all because of selfish decision. And we all make decisions. We all make decisions in life. But sometimes when it's one thing to make decisions as an individual, but when you have kids, you start to make decisions as a parent now. You know what I'm saying? If I do this, how's it going to affect this, that, and the third? It ain't just about you no more.
Okay. Gentlemen, hey, however we get on, however we play a part, we shall vibe through your pain. I'm just sitting here thinking on that baby girl had a shot to be the next Beyonce in life.
Anything, bro.
Fact. Could have been the next female president, something. You never know. Well, the first female president.
My hearts and prayers go out to all those families. The young ladies who went to New Mexico. Hey man, you got children, go hug them, man. You got a spouse, go kiss them. Something, man. I ain't wanted to end on this type of note, man. But
Oh no, man. It's it is what it is. It's the state of the culture, man. Like you say, and we got and she ain't the first one that did it, and she ain't the last one. So I just advise anybody that's listening and all of us that have children or anything out there, just check on your kids, man. Check on your kids.
Hey.
Check on your family. Check on your people, the people that you care about. Make sure everything good. No particular reason. Like my family say, man, we gotta stop meeting up for shit outside. We gotta start meeting up more for good causes other than goddamn funerals and the club, man.
yeah, I would agree.
You meet up at a funeral. Oh, where you been, man? I ain't seen you. And soon when the funeral over, shit, you go duck. Another 10, 15 years of not talking until another family member died. You gotta stop, man. I meant to reach out to you, man. I meant to call you. You gotta start doing and stop talking.
Yeah, we definitely got to.
Yeah, that's facts. Especially now with the holiday season upon us. For all them relatives, for people that you haven't talked to in a while, like go ahead and reach out to them because it. And just like Malik said, especially in regards to the situation that happened at the University of Virginia, ain't nothing guaranteed.
No. And I seen a video on Facebook. I'm gonna try to stream record it. This dad was getting on his son ass because he saw a video, a picture of some of them on social media with his gun, sending it to his friend. And he slapped the shit out of his son. But the woman in the thing, that posted it, oh, he was wrong. He shouldn't have did it online. I told her, I say, well, look. I said, I don't know how old you are and where you come from. I say, but where I come from and the generations that I was raised in, I was taught whatever we fucked up at, that's what we got fucked up at.
Exactly.
It wasn't no goddamn, oh, you gonna embarrass me in the store and I'm gonna wait till we get home and whoop your ass. No, I'm finna whoop your ass right in this store. Right in this store.
See, yo, bye. I'm like, I said, I'm probably like more likely I'm the youngest person. Like I said, I felt like me and my man just talking yesterday. I'm like, yo, I felt like, don't get me wrong, like my generation is when like you saw like the shit going out of hand, but I was just like, yo, like my generation, I feel like was the last where you seen like even fist fights, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, cause like even just like little things, when you get locked up on Rikers now, like, or whatever case may be, these young niggas ain't like, you don't see no more fist fights, just little things like that. It's like, you just see like pure disrespect. Everybody just want to just cut everybody. Nobody want to fight no more. These motherfuckers' mouths be just crazy wild. And there ain't no, and I'd be like, yo, cause there's no repercussion behind it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, me, I spent 2 years of my life living in Jamaica, the island. I could not walk down the
street without, if my grandmother heard, yo, your grandson walked past me and they ain't say hi or bye, you get what I'm saying? That was something I gotta really go home and deal with my grandmother. She would go upside my head for something like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I could not walk down the street and say, yo, like, to a random person, like, you just have to say, yo, hi and bye, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. It's like you don't see things like that no more. And especially where I'm at in New York, oh my gosh, you don't ever see that at all. Like,
you in Brownsville?
What you say?
You in Brownsville?
Nah, I'm from East New York. That's right next door to Brownsville, right next door. That's where East New York with Pink Houses, Cypress. Pretty sure you heard of Pink Houses in Cypress before, brother. That's where Uncle Murder.
Man, I'm gonna say this. One of the things I try to remember. My OG told me, he said, Shorty, for every 1,000 you get in cash, you'll get 100,000 in respect. And I was like, huh? He said, man, check this out. Let me tell you this one time. He said, it ain't money is not what respect. Respect. He said, as long as you have respect for people, you'll always be able to earn some money, be comfortable. He said, but when you stop having respect, everything else shuts down.
Right.
And I used to look at him like, what? He's out of step, man. Always have respect. He said, then watch how far you go. I say that to say, gentlemen, don't stop who you are, because eventually folks going to catch up. Even if they don't catch up, keep being who you are. I speak and I'll look and I'll be like, damn, it don't take nothing. Or throw your hand up, you know, or just a general acknowledgement. Like one of my neighbors, I ain't seen him in 2 weeks. I say, damn, I thought you was gone on vacation. He was like, nah, man, I'm just handling my business. I say, I know, you know. He's like, but I'm gonna see you later. I said, I know you gotta get to the game. But I say that to say the part I left out was if he if I was gonna leave, I was going on vacation, I would have told you. We happen to grow a bond through just rapping on sports. And then we found out we had some folks that we knew in common. So we just kept it going from there. But I say that to say, yo, always be a gentleman, gents, and always remember somebody gonna look at you as a big bro or a little bro. But the fact that they looking at you in the most endearing form, that's awesome. Because now each one can teach one and each one can reach one. But don't alter you to think that that's going to accommodate somebody else. Just be you, man. Keep speaking, keep being humble. I stay out these little dudes' way because these little dudes don't realize that without the older heads, you wouldn't have the ability to do what you're doing.
Nah.
And like I also tell them is, you got to be mindful. Shorty, I'm 50. I done had my fun.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're doing right now, I definitely wouldn't be doing. Because it's 30 degrees outside. You outside and you got dimes and 20s of grass. You ain't even working off the beeper or the phone. Oh, hell no. It's 30 degrees outside, my God. 30 degrees. And you still nickel and diming? Come on, we're not doing that. You're not even making logical sense. But you out here talking big talk and flashing your Gucci belt with your Gucci shoes and shirt that all came from the flea market. All that shit chops. Come on, man. Cut it out. I posted a picture of a Louis Vuitton bag. My brother gave me the bag to put my toiletries in it for the gym. Everybody is so asphyxiated that I'm carrying the bag. My son said, that bag ain't even real. He don't give a fuck about the bag. I needed something to put my shampoo and shit in to go to the gym. So my smart brother say, look, now you got a Louis bag, so now you can fit in like everybody else in the gym. I say, man, I don't give a fuck about that bag. I just need to carry my garments. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of us, as we call me, this generation only see surface. They see surface. Oh, yours a Louis bag. Nigga, the bag a knockoff. The fact that I earn a decent living don't even got you folks realizing it's a knockoff. You think it's real. So then I would be an asshole to spend $2,000 for a Louis duffel to take my shower gel and soap and Noxzema to the gym. Come on. So now not only do you think I got a couple dollars, you just think I'm an asshole with a couple dollars. Come on, stop. And the post clearly says, when bro says stop making excuses about taking your hygiene products to the gym, he gives you a bag. Everybody is fixated on the bag. But Va, in your defense, that's how y'all do down Lexington Terrace, though. And I keep telling people, stop thinking surface, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got so many folks out here, and this came from the dude on Instagram. He said, you realize you got all these dudes out here dressing rich for broke people.
Mm-hmm.
I said, huh? Right. He said they dressing rich for broke people. He said, look at anybody who got a couple hours. I'll tell the story. I don't know if I told it. My man, Sandbox, the dude wore Route 66 jeans all his life. Folks had no clue. When he got jammed up in a conversation with somebody, and the feds was indicting him for running the racketeering. They was like, yo, he been the man. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. He cleared his name because it wasn't him. It was phone conversation, had nothing to do with him, but you know how the feds do. They say, yo, so what? I say, yo, why y'all surprised? Man, that dude always wore a t-shirt and Route 66 jeans. I say, here's the funniest part about it. You only knew they was Route 66 because he said something. I said, but second, if your shirt over your pants, all you see is a pair of dungarees. You don't know nothing else. I said, but you got to be mindful that those people who are affluent, who are established, who are making some waves, they dress so that you don't even know they got no couple of hours. People say you crazy. I watched an old dude the other day. We was in the restaurant. He pulled out a Diners card, a Diners Club card. People was like, the lady was like, what is this? The manager came out and said, yeah, we can take it. Oh, no, I'm sitting there laughing. The old black guy, he said, why are you laughing? I said, because she don't realize that Diners Club was Diners Club, then they converted over to Air Max. I said, but now Air Max, most folks won't even take an Air Max card. Air Max was big shit at one time. Now they won't take Air Max because Air Max doesn't honor fraud. And Air Max has been known to have a high volume of fraud. Not to mention, folks don't realize if you spend $10,000, when that bill comes, you got to pay back $10,000. No 10%, no 20%. You got to pay back $10,000 back. I said, it's not a credit card, it's a charge card. What you charge, you pay when that statement comes. Oh, just tell me how it works. I think that we also need to understand financial literacy. Because that right there can go a long way. And just for you, Big Va, the best part of this movie, I'm going to say, I like all the baby boy, but my favorite part is the guns and the butter. That's my favorite part of the whole movie. And then everybody say, what? when he be breaking down the guns and the butter. And everybody be like, huh. That's how we used to get down with the barter system. Hey, man, look, cut my grass, yo. Boy, I'm going to grab your groceries from the store. All right, cool. Now it's, boy, take this money because you know you need it, broke ass nigga. Wow, I got the. Oh, okay. So you want grandstand, right? Okay, I got you. Yo, you took my 500. Yo, you're a sucker. Yo, yeah, bitch ass nigga. But you was gangster. If I took your 500, you tell everybody else you'll kill it. Why you ain't come see me about that 500? Right. Stop pump faking, nigga. Stop. Come cut it out. I ain't taking nothing from you. But that's what these generations, everything is a pump fake. If I love your channel, because the dudes I met on here, it seemed like we just sat down at the bar, had a shot, a cigar, a couple of wings, and we actually met because nobody looks at nobody unlike they somebody. It's yo, okay, ho, okay. Yo, where he was at? Okay, come on through. It's always love and respect. Even when we disagree, we agree.
Man, because y'all get on this motherfucker and be like, hold on, man, what J-Rock at? Man, what Sir Miguel at? Man, what Lex at? Man, when certain people get on here, other people ain't on here, I be like, yeah, that's what it's about right there.
Now, I will say this. Because I think he come on, I think he usually on your platform. Midas Spade.
Oh, Midas, yeah.
Midas, you got to come out to the next one.
Midas be in the chat sometime.
Because Midas jumped in between a beef between me and Lil Bro. You know, me and Lil Bro was going at it the other day about the Squeegee Kid situation. And we got to talking politics. And Lil Bro personal feelings got involved. And I'm like, yo, you can't have a personal feeling about a professional situation. And he took it personal. I'm like, come on, yo. You can't take away one's business ethic and their professional growth or career because of a personal issue. They're not the same. But you know how he do. So he's like, ho. Look, we're going to deal with this later on. And Midas was like, no. I'm like, Midas, you can get a part of it too. This how we do. So Dana had to reinforce for the chat. Ho. This how me and Bro do. Now don't get it the wrong way. Like, we not arguing. We gotta hold this at a different time. Because we called you into the chat, but you must have been getting ready to take care of something else because you spoke, but you ain't get back at us. I was like, oh. Because it was good because that topic was the Squeegee Kid. And for those who don't know, if it didn't hit World News, he was 14 and he killed the man. But how he killed the man, they wanted him to be charged as a juvenile. And clearly what he did was an adult act. And everybody is saying he's 14, give him juvenile life. He can be rehabilitated. And I said, and they like, well, he was fearful for his life. And you got to understand. I said, listen, check this out. If you break into my house and my gun on the nightstand and I go in the closet to put on a hat to shoot you, how much fearful for my life am I? Because the gun on the nightstand, I go across the room to the closet. This young man put on the mask and then shot the man. So was you really fearful, or you ain't want to be known that you was the shooter?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that changed the whole dynamic. And the only way with me having a gun, with me having a concealed carry, the only way I can shoot somebody inside my house is if they're an imminent threat to me. You know. So if you had time to go across the room, that means the man wasn't coming towards you.
Yeah. So look, just let it be known that if you cross that threshold, y'all remember DMX the album, and the man knocked on the door was like, "It's me, Mickey." He said, "Who is it?" "It's me, Mickey." And then the shots rang out through the. I'm time stamping myself now. They like DMX. I don't remember that. Who's DMX? But listen, I hope we're gonna do it this Friday on time, permitting that you ain't got to work over and handle no business.
I'm gonna be in Ohio.
Oh, you want to Ohio? Okay.
Yep, I'm in Ohio.
Well, I'm sure they got internet in Ohio, so
yeah, I won't be working, so I'm bringing my laptop with me.
Yeah, so do it on the road. You know, like put it in the chat. State of the Culture live from Steve Harvey hometown or something. You know what I mean? But hey, gentlemen, it's always a pleasure. I got a Friday,
brother,
man. Again, until the next time. Hey, in the background, I put some data. Everybody keep in touch if you want. If not, I understand. You know, just a few words, because I think we all need to keep in touch with each other. Just to say, hey, what's going on, man? Because at the end of the day, sometimes all we got is us. But it's a lot better when you got somebody to say, hey.
I ain't seen Unc in about a month. I ain't seen Unc in the chat. I gotta reach out.
Who that? The pastor dude?
Muse.
Okay. Muse Black.
Okay.
Word, that's crazy. That's crazy you said that, Bob. That's crazy. I ain't. Yeah, usually, Unc would tap in. But yeah,
I ain't see my man over here in the last one either.
To my David.
Him or my other dude. I'm gonna say PT. I think it's Provoked Thoughts or those.
Oh, to my Derek.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, I'm here whenever you here. Whenever you want me here, I'm here. And gentlemen, it's always a pleasure. And now it's very time for everybody local team to come on. They can see their local team get a victory. Hey, anybody? Val, you see God's gift?
Nowhere on here. On Dana, nowhere.
Hey, man, anybody in the chat, y'all got some data on her, just hit up until we ask about it. I ain't seen it around in a minute, so I'm asking about her. Make sure she all right. Tell her send back a smoke signal or a little Debbie. But again, gentlemen, it's a pleasure. Wow, we've been on here over an hour since you said you was getting off. I thank you for the extended hour.
Well, definitely, man. It was well worth it. I missed Friday, so I had to come on and do it today. But shit, I'm probably finna just get my day started now. So,
well, look, handle it like you do, gentlemen. I raise my glass to you. Salute.
Same to you, brother Malik. Same to you. Same to you.
Salute Malik like always.
Take it easy. Be blessed. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I said salutations.
Yes, it is. Always a pleasure. Salutations.
All right, man. Protect them eggs, man. Protect them eggs at all times.
All right, good people. I'm out. Water.
All right. Y'all can close out. However y'all want to go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll go ahead. I'll start off first. But once again, I appreciate you with the platform once again. I know you was trying to get on like that Friday night, and I don't know if you had if something happened, you probably had to work a little bit longer because you posted something on your in your community chat. Looked like you was working later, so I think something kind of got
yeah, fucking Atmos Energy, man. They called me on it. I wasn't expecting to get no call, but they called, so work on first.
Yeah, because I really thought you was gonna be on last night because I was on Black CEO's channel last night when you were talking about Shanquella Robinson.
Yeah, I was over there yesterday for a little bit. I went to work Friday night at 6 o'clock. I didn't get off until yesterday evening at like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and but like I said, once again, appreciate you having me on. Dean, Lex, like always, glad to have you on, and you know, shout out to Levi, Sir Miguel, you know, everybody else that dipped on through the chat once again. It's amazing, like always. Love every last one of y'all. Thanksgiving weekend, y'all have a happy and safe holiday week and weekend. If I don't talk to you again later on this week, you know, just y'all take care, be safe out there. Love on your family because in the days and times we in, no telling when we'll ever get that opportunity.
Right.
No more, J-Rock. Be safe, my brother. Be safe.
Who made the potato salad?
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Oh yeah, we got to go out that. And one other thing, please don't bring that one non-cooking relative to your house and have them take over your kitchen. Don't do that.
Facts.
Don't bring no to-go trays.
What they say? That the lady arms don't look like Precious from the movie. Don't have her cooking your potato salad.
Damn. Wow. Ooh. And just like anything, you can't eat everybody potato salad. And since me and Vi from Louisiana, you can't eat just anybody's gumbo either.
Hell no. Everybody gumbo don't be gumboing.
Nope. Hell no.
Hey, don't leave yet. I got a story for y'all. It's a real life story. One Thanksgiving, Auntie had cooked. We ran out of cranberry sauce, right?
Yeah.
So she said, "Well, I got some beets in there. They same color, so you can go and use them."
I know damn well.
Hey.
I know damn well.
Hey, she said they the same color, so hey, what you gonna do? She done ran out. We can't drive because we too young to go to the store in the car. So hey, what you gonna do? You either eat it raw or go and put them beets on it. Mash it up like some Smucker's jelly or something. Bring you a can of cranberry sauce, man, just in case if you get stuck out, cause you don't want to be like I would. And that's real talk for real.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold up. I'm still trying to process that. Hold on.
Hey,
just because it's the same shade of red, you decide to put out an experiment talking about, well, it's the same color. Ain't nobody gonna really recognize it. We could just go ahead and pass this off.
Some fucking beaks though, bro.
Like nobody else gonna taste that shit, and nobody gonna have that bitter beer face like the old beer commercial.
Boy, that's some shit. That's like the old folk back in the day. My grandma, when you run out of milk, they used to get the commodity. So she would say she'd go in that box and get some of that pet milk out of there. Boy, that shit, boy, you forgot to add the water in that shit. Boy, tear your stomach up, bruh. Oh man, that boy say put the beaks on the goddamn dressing, man.
I'm done, dog. I'm done. After that one, I'm done. Woo. Y'all have a good one, man. I cannot look at beets and cranberry sauce. Bro, I'm done.
Right.
All right,
man, let boy tell your auntie don't go in that damn kitchen.
Hey man.
No more suggestions from her. Fuck around, run out of sugar. She putting syrup in the goddamn Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Shit, for real.
Yo, that had me weak.
Boy, I'm done. Boy,
Hey, bro, what happened to what's it? Is it Derek? Who was the one that had to get the had to do the dialysis all the time? What was his name?
T. Glenn.
Okay, yeah, how you doing, man?
Doing better now. He was back in the hospital, but he texted me the other day and told me he had got out. He was doing a little better, but
Okay.
man, that guy, man, I know if he went to the hospital twice in 1 week. I said, damn, you should have never left.
Right.
But his condition, man, it's just his immune system, when they flushing him like that every day, you know, it's you can't do nothing but thank God, man, because there's people out here that's really dealing with some things that, you know, that we all could be dealing with. But I told T. Glenn, I'm whatever day he feel healthy and strong enough to come on, I want him to come on and talk about the importance of, people, keeping their kidneys and shit clean and things like that, and what he have to go through, with kidney failure, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a silent killer, that we and know us, our people, we like that Kool-Aid, we like them pops and shit, we like all that shit, and that shit just be beating the fuck out of our kidneys, stressing, high blood pressure, all that shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say my piece, man. Pretty much, man. We gotta, like we always say, we each one teach one. I'm gonna add to that. I'm gonna say always protect your eggs, whether your mother, father, uncle, whatever the case is. Always protect your eggs at all times because they're vulnerable to the society that we live in today. Ain't nobody gonna do it better than we do. So you got in the eggs. Once they hatch, you gotta protect them. You gotta protect them. You gotta teach them, and you gotta protect them. You gotta show them the right way. And that's pretty much all I'm gonna say on that, man. And y'all brothers, y'all be blessed. Y'all have a good rest of your day. And on to the next live. I'm gonna try to catch it when it pops up because I kind of caught this one as y'all was going through some of the topics. So I just sit back, listen to everybody so I can know what's going on before I speak. I don't want to just come in talking. So that's most of the time why I come in not to say nothing because I want to make sure I'm on cue about what's going on. So other than that, like I said, y'all boys have a good rest of your day and have a good work week until we meet up again.
All right, man.
Same to you, brother. Like, same to you.
All right, y'all be blessed, brothers.
Yeah, Rob. Hello? You hear me, Rob?
Yeah, I'm here.
Now it's like, you know, once again, it was a great time, my brother. Great conversation with you guys. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Like, I really, I always let you know, I very much enjoy, you get what I'm saying, kicking it with you guys on the panel. Like, I just love it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie, I be like, I don't, like, the older I get, it's like, yo, I don't be having nothing to do, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? Certain things, when you were a kid before, like certain things excited you. Now it's just like, yo, as long as my two daughters is fine, I'm alright. Like, I don't gotta do much. Like, my thing and what I like to do is traveling. You know what I'm saying? That's the only enjoyment I get. If I can go see other countries, that's me. All the clubs, I don't care for all that shit. So it's like whenever I do speak to y'all as my brothers, I really enjoy our conversation. I really enjoy it. I love it. And I wouldn't trade it for anything else in this world. But you already know. You feel me? My mom made some oxtails.
Man,
it's time. I'm about to eat some fried chicken. I'm about to go crazy today.
Man, that oxtail sound good, boy.
Facts. But you already know, Vi. Enjoy yourself, and I love you, my brother.
I love you too, my brother, man. Do the same. Okay, Miss Ann. Hey, but y'all already know how we get up out of here, man. 5 rules to live a happy life. 1, love yourself. 2, do good by others. 3, harm no one. 4, be positive. 5, always forgive. But what? Never forget. On that topic, man, this has been another State of the Culture. And I say today was a success. Thanks to each and every one of you all that came by, graced the panel, blessed the panel, spoke on the panel. We saw Levi, Sir Miguel, J Rock, Dean Baller, Lexington, Warren, Malik. Man, that's what it's about, man. Brothers coming together, man. State of the Culture, man. Until next time, I hope you all enjoyed today's live. It's been a good one. It's been a great one. Until next time, peace out.